Hey everyone, thought I'd go live tonight. See who out there wanted to hang out. Go ahead and set up the YouTube side of it and get that all set up. Hey Ben, getting things set up here. David, and there's the link. Anybody wants to come in? I just text to Bob Walker. He's on his way back home from I think it was a North Carolina B conference. Go in here and pin it. There we are. Hey, Tytrone, David, Ben. What do we got here? We got Randy, the Honeybee Compound. Hey, Jeff. Thought since it's here in Maryland, it's raining all day today and kind of boring. So I figured I'd go on live tonight, give somebody something to do. Like everybody's coming in. Hey, there's Phil, 33 Mile B. Must got off, run the old engine there up and down the track and all. Trying to get my papers straight here. The honeybee. Anybody wants to jump on? Hey, Lynn. Roy says snow here in Michigan. You can keep it up there. The Bugman, 1966. Hello, Chris. I haven't seen you for quite a while. High of 36, low of 25 tomorrow. Randy, is that right, Randy? Hey, Richard. It's about it's 40 here tonight. I think it might get up into the 50s. Yeah, Lynn, you went to the internet county bee meeting thing. Yeah. Hey, Mitch. When is the cold spell coming? I think it's Monday. Said something about flurries or something on the weather channel there, but I don't think so. But I don't know. I'm waiting until we're supposed to get 60-degree weather here the middle of the week, which is good, and try to put some nukes that I put in place of the dead outs and put them in 10 frame. All right. The Bugman's got 90 packages sold. That's a lot of packages. Anybody want to hop on? Kind of. Hey, David. Yeah, Lynn. I'm going to go in and inspect as far as my boxes go, and the strong highs. I think I might um, demo them, put some supers on, give them space. David sold 7 nukes today. Ben, he's down in Missouri. It ought to be, well, that's Midwest. I guess it'd be a little bit more. I think you got some rain here a couple of days ago. Hey, Sandy. I know it's probably cold out there in the mountains. Rain here. We got David here. David's got me on the big screen. Oh, my. So what's happening, David?
Oh, not too much. Like I had to turn off the big screen so that we didn't get the echo in here.
Yeah. I see you got your favorite kitten cat there.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like all us beekeepers like cats, it seems like. And hey DNA or yeah, DNA first. Yeah, I'm trying to go through all my list of people here. There's so many new ones I haven't wrote down yet. I like calling everybody by their name. Mitchell's got rain tonight, 36 degrees. Oh, it's raining out there tonight. And James, hey James. And it's been going out all day today, cold and wet and miserable, all that stuff. So what's the weather like your place? You're upstate New York, right, David?
Upstate New York, we're supposed to get 10 inches of snow here this weekend.
Really?
Yeah, that's what my wife told me. It's more like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Right. Yeah. Hey, there's Brian. Hey. They said something like flurries or a little bit of snow or something. It might be out there where Sandy is, Icy Mountain, more towards the the mountains out in Western Maryland. They might get more of that, I presume.
Yeah. Oh, I remember back in '59, there in Cambridge, Maryland, they had a snowstorm.
Cambridge, let's see, that's Southern Maryland, Eastern Shore.
Yep, that's where I was born.
Okay. But yeah, it's just been a kind of a cold, wet, nasty day.
Yep.
And then Mitchell says Monday, 3 to 8 inches of snow in Vermont. Oh, that's kind of, and then Sandy up in Western Maryland, out in Allegheny County, I believe, 5 to 8 inches. There's Randy, Tar Heel. Yeah, it's been some nice days, but it fools you and everything.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. Garrett County. Sorry. Yeah, I should know where I should. Out there. And now I'm getting some feedback. But yeah, I just like I say, I talked to Bob. He said he'll be about an hour before he might jump on if he's able to get back. And looks like he had a pretty good time from the Facebook listings. And I think what was it? Ricky Rourke had a Thursday night. I didn't realize that thing started on Thursdays. Hey, Darren.
Yeah, Ricky Rourke is every Thursday.
No, but he was at the show. I didn't realize that the North Carolina beekeeper show out on the coast there was a Thursday, Friday, and a Saturday.
Yeah.
And all that. And so him and the different ones that were there, they were in the room. I know Spanky was there and all that. And Bob was out there, I think, for a day and all that. And Sandy, she's not listening. She's not looking forward to all the snow. I wouldn't be either. All right, Mike. I have a darndest time. I'm not the best when it comes to spelling, and I get confused a lot of times. Sorry about that. I got to write that down. But yeah, it just so like I said, I just went on tonight, see it everybody else. Right. So obviously you've not been in your hives at all, probably.
Nope, I haven't. I've been walking around them, talking about them, but not in them.
I went out there a couple days ago. It was pretty nice during the lunchtime area, and I had kind of did a real quick inspection, put some feeder shims on. Looks like he's went away. Anyway, continue on. And I put feeder shims on, put some sugar cakes in my some of my nukes and stuff. Some of them look like to me here we come back. Here he's all coverage. There he is. There he's back.
I pressed the wrong button on my phone again.
Okay.
It's this StreamYard just messes with my mind. You expect to do back and to get to back on something, and next thing you know, you're gone.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tom and Michelle.
Settings.
Roy here. He had he didn't attend the Michigan Bee Conference. It's the Southern Michigan, whatever Bee Guild. I joined, and they had a conference 2 Saturdays ago, and I guess it was last Saturday. And I didn't get to actually do it live. I had to more or less go back and some of it in the app, the after lunch period from it started like 8 o'clock in the morning, went to like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening. And I watched some of it. I liked it. Most of the speakers that I liked were on the morning section, so I had to go back and watch the recordings. And I think the best one that I liked was there's a guy that's he's down around Charlottesville, Virginia, and he's kind of like me. He's a sideliner. He's got about 100 nukes. He raises queens. Kind of does it for a full-time job, and he does about 500 queens a year. And reading Melissa's little comment there. So anyway, he was talking about queen rearing like we were talking about last night, and queenless hive, cell builders and things of that nature. And all that. Yeah, it's Brian, it's going to be, well, today it might have been in the 50s, but it was a cold, wet day. And tomorrow it might get up to the 60s, but it's going to be windy. I'm not sure how much and all. But so anyway, like I was saying, I took and put some sugar bricks on to kind of hold them over with. And then I was talking to what's his name? Can't think. Doug Longman Akemer up in Canada. They always put put pollen patties and sugar water at the same time on the highs for build. I've never fed in the spring. I got a hive out there that went through the spring or coming through the winter into the spring. So that's one of the things I am going to do is hit them. I made up some sugar water today, some 1-to-1. And all right, Brian, we'll catch you a little later. And I'm going to put that on there either tomorrow if the weather's halfway decent. Just put it on top of the inner cover with a quart jar and put a super around it. Keep them, But I've already put some pollen patties in there about a week ago and all that. So, hey, Steve. And what's that up to? Got your ears on, Ed?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm doing. I was trying something else real quick. I'm doing pretty good, man. Bees are flying a little bit today. It's been a little bit of crappy weather. Been raining. Been a little cool. Not bad. I say cool. It's in the 60s, 50s, and 60s. But,
yeah, well, 60s around here is pretty warm. And all. Hey, Barry King. From McGladesville, Virginia. I'm gonna try to. I can't copy the dumb thing. And maybe I can copy it over here. There we go. Goodness gracious. Where is it at? Anyway, I was trying to. There we go. Copy. See where Barry's from.
Are you getting on live?
Yep, he's online. Yeah, you're close to Harrisonburg, or actually Massanutten. Yeah, I know where you're at. Been there. Been up on top of the mountain. Hey, Larry. Dan. Dan did a lot of baggy feeding up in southeastern New Jersey. And then Tom, Melissa, they were out there. It's 40 degrees out there in Missouri. Yeah, well, no fly weather today. I can tell you that much for me. And the more the day went on, the more rainier it got. Hey, three boys, bees.
Yeah, I did have some fun earlier today, though. I was on Sarah's live. Wasn't intending to be, but I had to be over at Lisa's house.
Oh yeah. What was that? What'd you do over there?
Well, I basically sit there for a little bit, throwing some comments in every now and again, but mainly Lisa and Sarah. Miss T was on there too with T. Tim and Hannah were there on the live. Just Sarah's very first live. Just more or less support.
So that was her first live that she put on today. I thought she did. I thought she has been doing it.
It was her very first live.
I thought she had. Well, she's been on some daytime things or something.
Yeah, with Miss T at Jegs, she's been on those and some of those other people's lives. This is the first one she was in control of. Well, she had help from Lee as well. It actually turned out pretty good for her first real live.
Yeah. AJB, Stone River.
Is that the one that went for 4 hours and 20 minutes?
Grammy says 4.5 hours. She's trying to beat me.
Yeah,
I came over here from there.
And but let's see. I'm just reading the chats here a little bit. Let's see. Somebody had a question here. Liquid feed. There we go. You take it off when it drops below freezing. Yes. Actually, if it's below really 50 degrees, the bees are not going to really take it. You should be running fond. If you're, it depends on where you at, JB. What state you in? I mean, if it's still super cold and like David up there in New York, if they need food, I would be putting fondant on or sugar cakes on or something like that. I'm just, things. I'm looking at the feed that I'm going to be putting on. It's supposed to be in the 60s all next week and sunny and beautiful weather. So I'm trying to get it in. JB's in Missouri. Okay. I don't know. Now, see, a bee of honeybees, JB they're close to St. Louis. You might be neighbors. You never know. And they all, that's Melissa and Tom, and they put on I forget what the conference was. It was a 1-day bee conference. I'll say the Missouri State Bee Conference.
yeah. I tried to get my brother-in-law to go to that because he's in Missouri and trying to become a beekeeper or thinking about becoming a beekeeper. So I've been talking with him about that. And I tried to direct him that way when I saw that conference coming up.
Yeah, it sounded really nice. And
well, they actually had classes for beginner beekeepers. You bought a ticket for a class for beginning beekeepers and advanced beekeeping as well. So I mean, it was sort of set up pretty good, interesting.
Right. Yeah, we had talked about that on one of the chats, and like my club that I'm the president of, we actually have we partner with the local college, and we supply the instructor, which is the
Tom's hopping on. It says Tom is hopping on.
Okay. Anyway, we supply the instructor, and it's I think it's a 6-week course at least, and it's once a week for 6 weeks. And they don't do it that way. They actually have I'll say a mentoring program, which is really good too. And they just do it in different ways. Everybody has their own little way. And then like Brian from Flower Street out there, he stopped in on one of our meetings with Baltimore Beekeepers Association, where we had Sybil, who's the instructor for our beginners class. She's also the Maryland State apiarist, head apiarist. And he was they don't have inspectors out there in their state, bee inspectors. And where he was impressed for what all our inspector did for us as beekeepers and things. So, hey, Lee. And all that. Yeah, it's different from region or, state to state and everything. I find that quite interesting. Of course, I mean, how you keep bees and when you start and all that, of course, that's all local and that kind of thing. So you have to kind of, it's like Icy Mountain there, which is Sandy. She's out there in Garrett County, and it's snowing out there. That's our snow belt part of the state that gets the most snow, I think. And we don't get that quite that much. I'm closer to Baltimore, and everything. Here comes the Missouri team. Hey, Tom.
Hello.
You had a fellow on here. Let's see. He wanted to know where you guys were located.
Was that the gentleman that was from Missouri?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if he's
from
familiar with
JW.
Missouri. Howdy, JW.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hi, Charlie.
How's
Hey.
Illinois weather today?
David.
All right.
It's JB. That's
JB. Yeah.
He's in Missouri.
He didn't say where in Missouri. He just said he's in Missouri.
Oh. I've had liquid feed on for the last week and a half, and we've had some temperatures that have dipped down a little bit. They don't stay down there very long though, just a few hours overnight.
Yeah, here it hasn't really been, I'll say, 32 degrees or less for quite a while.
Yeah.
And it's like tonight, it's 41 degrees. Next week, like I say, during the daytime, it's going to be in the 60s, I believe it is, as far as the month goes. Monday's going to be 52, and then you're all in the mid 60s, close to 70 degrees by the weekend. And the following week is still in the upper 50s or low 60s. So we're trending, towards that spring and all. And then, of course, tonight we have to set our clocks forward 1 hour. So we'll gain an hour in the evening so we can at least get out there before it gets dark and do a little something if it's decent weather. At least that's what I'm planning on. And that kind of thing.
Well, I'm hoping to get into my girls tomorrow and check that one hive I made a boo boo on. I say I made a boo boos because I saw a queen cell getting ready to hatch, and I helped it along and let it out. And then about, I guess, three minutes later, I saw a marked queen on the same frame. I'm like, oh crap! I was all excited about seeing the queen being born, coming out the cell, and seeing a virgin queen for once. And there she sat, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me! So I stuck it back in there. And said, what happens, happens. Yeah.
Well, it could have been a daughter queen.
Yeah, it could be a daughter queen, and it could be, they could work together in there. Who knows? Either that or battle royale or a swarm. Yeah, that's my options. So I set a swarm box out just to be sure, and try to catch a swarm if they happen.
Right. I mean, I've seen them where I had two nukes, and I had one, I knew it was queenless, and they acted like queenless, and they sounded like queenless. And the next door, when I picked the frame up, and there's this queen running around. It's unmarked. I said, all right, we got a queen. Went two more frames in, and here's Big Mama with a paint job. So I went right back and found that queen on that frame and threw the lids off on the other hive that was right next door. And I just kind of laid that frame down, and she was typical virgin, kind of running around like crazy, and she just walked off down into that hive, and they jacked themselves up and said, hey, the queen's here, started fanning and everything, and checked it in a couple of weeks, and I had a nice frame of brood and everything in there. So all that. JW, what have you been doing? The weather's been bad or what?
No, I've been in bees all week. It cooled off yesterday and today a little bit. It's supposed to be back to 70. I broke down all my hives. Treated with my last OA treatment, and got everything ready to split. I'm headed for Georgia in the morning and see if I can find some queens. If I can come up with some mated queens, I'm going to try to do some splitting here into next week if I get back up here, if I find any.
Whereabouts in Georgia you gonna go?
Well, I'm going to hit Benny. I'm going to hit Sweet Honey down there at Toccoa, and I may end up down in South Georgia. You know, I've got some property in South Georgia, so I know some local big guys down here, just not big names that might have some queens. You know.
Well, did you call ahead and find out? I mean, it's
No, I'm going anyway. I've got a brother lives within 40 miles of Bob Benny, and I'm gonna go visit him. My middle son and my grandson, I'm taking them down there. They every year my grandson goes to college and he's on spring break, and they do a portion of the Appalachian Trail when he's off on spring break every year. They hike for a week. So while they're hiking, I'm going to be hitting all the B joints. So I may go by. I hear he's in the hospital. I may go by Cooking Meisters, you know, Fat B Man.
right.
He might have some queens available. I don't know this early. I just have to see.
Yeah, his son's been. I forget what his son's name was, but he's been pretty much taking care of the business.
Yeah, I think I heard he was in the hospital, maybe even. I don't know if he's out or not. It's just hearsay now.
Don is, from what I gather through Facebook. But as far as the day-to-day operations in bees, his son has pretty much took that over the last 3 or 4 years. I believe.
Well, they're in the same town or outside the same town as where my brother lives. So I'm gonna swing by there, and then I don't know if you met Dawson Burrell down in Hive Life. He was out helping Randy Roark there, and I met him. He lives just down the road from my brother. I didn't know it till I met him. Nobby. So, what's the matter, Tom? Did they scare you out when it got cool today? You say you quit moving bees?
Well, I was going to relocate a handful of hives, but I only needed to move 5 or 6 hives. I needed to move them within the same yard by about 30 feet or so, because I moved into a slightly different location. I'd set up about a week and a half ago. I set up a couple new stands just to get them in a little bit more sunlight. And I noticed that I didn't anticipate them flying because it was in the 40s this morning and it was a little bit breezy. So I thought they'd still be tucked in the box. Well, no, they were flying. So I went all the way up there with my hive lifter to move, and they were flying. So I left, so I didn't get them done.
Yeah, I moved 10 hives one evening last week. I think maybe it's one of the evenings y'all were on one of the chats. I forget what evening it was now, but I moved 10 hives last week. I'm trying to start another yard up.
Was the yard you're starting up, is that close by or on your same property?
It's on the same property, but it's about a half mile away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys ever heard of a apiary called? Hold on a second. Let me tell you. It's called Roofers Apiaries Incorporated. They have Minnesota hygienic queens. They're in East Texas. You guys ever ordered queens from them before?
I haven't. No.
Now, Tom, on a local basis, you know that Dogwood he gets Minnesota hygienics from a guy in Louisiana, and he'll have some the first available he's got, because I just called him about some. Would be April the 16th, be the first you can get through Dwayne down there at Dogwood Ridge.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I think he's maybe
some of those. I got some of them off of him last year just for some outcross stuff, and they worked out pretty good for me. I did one of them either died or I lost, but I had to combine the hive. But other than that, I think I had 7, and I lost one of them.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But
I have a feeling people are going to be splitting a lot earlier this year than they had anticipated.
You might ask Philip Morris there, RTX Honeybees. He's out in Texas. He might know about that.
Yeah, shoot, I made 2 splits in the middle of January already. You split of a whole hive, bring the numbers down.
And where is it you're located at?
I'm in Dothan, Alabama.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
yeah, I've got some ground just across the river there from Columbia over in Early County, Georgia. And I'll be down there this week too, probably before the week's over. So I'll be in your neighborhood anyway, down the road 40, 50 mile.
Yeah, it takes 30 minutes for me to get into Georgia, and it takes 30 minutes for me to get into Florida from where I live at.
Yeah. Well, I'm the same way over in South Georgia. I'm about 40 minutes from Florida, and I'm just 15 mile across the river there at Columbia, in Early County over by Blakely. You know where Blakely is, Shirley, Blakely, Georgia.
Yeah, I do work out that way sometimes.
Yeah. I'm in between Blakely and Colquitt.
Okay. You're not far past that Union Pacific, isn't it?
Yeah,
Out
the
that way.
mill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just right on that Damascus Hilton Highway, or road, if you know where that's at, just straight across that.
Okay, I know about where you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Philip. Go ahead, David.
I think I'm gonna back out of here and go back into the chat and let you guys. Okay.
All right. You and the cat can take a cat nap, right?
Right. Take care.
All right. See you now, David. Thanks for coming on. But so you're going to go down through there and pick out how many queens you get in about 10 or so?
Oh, that'd be the most. I'm going to try to get by with 6 or 8, so depends on where I can even find any or not. I'm going anyway, so I'm going queen hunting. While I'm down there, I'm going to take my son and grandson and leave them. So I got to find something to do for 4 or 5 days.
Well, you got Hardeman.
About half a day. We'll probably be into it, and I'll be on down the road someplace else.
Hardeman, I guess you call that Southern Georgia. They're halfway in between. Let's see. They're not quite to Macon, Georgia. On whatever that highway is, I forget what it is.
Yeah,
now.
I'm west of Macon, about 120 mile probably from my place.
Yeah, well, they're kind of out of your way.
Yeah,
that's where I might be going here Easter weekend. We usually go down that weekend and pick up 300 packages or so. I help a friend out drive.
Yeah, well, I knew you had put down that you was maybe going next week to pick up some packages for someone. So. Where's that, Hardeman, you say?
Hardeman's, yeah.
Yeah. Excuse me, go ahead.
No, okay.
Oh, okay.
I get some filler bees or some packages on occasion from Wilbanks but that's way over by Savannah. That's over on the almost to the
Wilbanks and Hardeman's, I'll say they're within 50 miles of each other, I think.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then there's all in that area, there's a tremendous amount of different people that do that kind of stuff.
Oh,
I think Pat B Man's kind of like North Georgia area, I believe.
Oh yeah, he's up there. He's not that far from, Bob Benny and those people there. Pat B Man's distant. Oh, on the northeast side of Atlanta, they're about 20 miles out of Atlanta, actually, at a little town called Lula. So.
All right, I forgot to take that down. Pat B Man is home.
Okay.
Stephen, you can talk to him. Got his phone number.
All right. Well, I'm sure going to look him up, or if I don't come up with anything in the meantime, I might be able to con Bob out of some bees because everybody's making nukes down there now, and they're not going to let go too much probably. So.
Right. Yeah, Darren, as far as I know, Fat B Man is still in business, or his son is in business. And, but I don't think Fat B Man, Don himself is not on the internet much anymore. Hey, Russell.
Hey, JW, when are you headed out of town next week?
In the morning.
Oh, well, you won't be around. You won't be around next Tuesday to come up and see Kent Williams.
Oh, is that when his deal is Tuesday?
Yeah.
I would have gone down there had I known that. I didn't know that.
Well, just wait till Wednesday.
Well, I won't be back that quick.
Jump
I
on a
won't be
plane.
back till probably Friday. Friday.
I heard you cattle farmers have your own private planes. Just jump on one back home.
Well, I can't afford the fuel for
it.
That's a good comeback.
Hey, if you take me with you, I'll pay for the fuel.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Hopefully, it's a
Hey,
small.
Tom.
I'll pick
Hey,
you up.
Tom.
I'll pick you up for that Louisiana convention there in September.
All right,
Man,
sounds
I didn't
good.
know that.
Let's do that. Yep. While you're down south, if you find some good queens, bring me up about maybe 10 and 15 of them.
Well, I'm looking for some Carney or Caucasian. I imagine all I find, if I find anything down there, will be pretty much Italian influenced. You know, that's what most of that stuff is down there.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought Carney was the hot thing, or is it Caucasian these days?
Well, depends on who you buddy with.
Yeah.
Depends on who you buddy with. That's what all the way I'll put it. You know, everybody's got their own things now, and their little cliques seem to have. So,
What's the characteristics of a Caucasian?
well, most of them seem to me, what I know of them, and they're a pretty calm breed, and they draw way down on brood. They brood way down in the wintertime and then blow up that's what everybody tells me about them. So
Yeah, I've heard they fly in a little bit colder weather. They'll fly longer and they'll fly earlier.
Yeah.
Than most other colonies. So that's why they blow up the way they do.
now, if you don't like propolis, you probably won't like them because they stick up your hives pretty good. I can tell you that about them.
Yeah, Tom, I was going to tell you a minute ago. I've got a brother-in-law who lives near outside of St. Louis, and he's talking about becoming a beekeeper. And I try to direct him to y'all's convention. I don't know if he ever made it. His name is Matt Merrifield. He's one of the people who own Lakeside Renovations and Designs. Is the name of the company.
Is it? That's not Lakeside Exteriors, is it?
Correct. Exactly the same ones.
Okay. I don't know them, but I've heard of the company.
Yeah. They started with siding and they moved to renovations mostly. They still do siding, but it's mostly renovations. But I was trying to get him hooked in somehow down there to see if he was talking about wanting to become a beekeeper.
Sure.
And so you ever get a chance to run into him, or if he comes to one of the bee meetings out there or something, maybe he's not far from I think where you're at. You talk about Elba, right?
Say that again.
Where's the bee? Where the area you're in? I'm trying to remember the name of it.
So I'm about 35 miles west, slightly south, but more west of St. Louis.
Yeah. Well, that's about the area he lives in out that way, and most of the family is out there is in St. Charles itself.
Okay, St. Charles would be a little bit north of where I'm at.
Yeah, that's where most of the family is. He lives a little further out.
Okay. Well, direct him to the Eastern Missouri Beekeepers Association, and if you do that, I mean, that would help him out a great deal. There's a couple of really good clubs. One's called Three Rivers Beekeepers, and the other one's Eastern Missouri. I think both of them they put some really good content on.
That's when I was looking for at your information about that conference. I saw that those two listed as well. You know, people to contact or and I sent it to him. I don't know. I'm trying to get him motivated to do it if he wants to. If he really wants to.
Sure. Well, there's
Like,
nothing wrong. Even if somebody has the aspirations of becoming a beekeeper down the road, 2 or 3 years, there's absolutely nothing wrong with starting to learn about things now, I mean, even if you don't want to pull the trigger for a few years, if you start to learn or even hit somebody's learning yards, because the EMBA does have a couple of yards that you can go to every couple of weeks. And as long as you have a little bit of basic safety equipment, you're welcome to go into any one of those yards and go through the bees without having to have spent the expense of having the bees themselves,
I wasn't aware of that for that aspect. I know I studied 2 years, just literature and stuff and talking to people, and for 2 years before I even pulled the trigger myself.
Yeah, I think that's really wise. I didn't wait that long. My wife, Melissa, and I waited about a year. We researched one season over the winter time. And then from there, the next season, we did get our honeybees from there. I think that's always a good thing. Beekeeping is not a cheap adventure. So, I mean, unless you're a person that just likes trial by fire, then knock yourself out. But I don't see there being anything wrong with, doing a little bit of research for a year or two, much like yourself.
Well, even doing the research, it's still trial by fire when you get in them.
Yeah.
What works, it doesn't
you have
do.
a little bit of an idea at that point, and particularly if you can, get in somebody's learning yard and go through them, then you can kind of get your feet wet, so to speak.
The EMBA does have a learning.
Charlie, on Philip, you see Philip's question here. I think he had it up
Yeah,
there.
I had it up there. He's got 5 to
Also,
7
in my
frames.
2 cents worth on that, I think it'll work if you got the drones, and then, he's quite a bit warmer down there than what we are. So I think if he's got drones, well, I don't have anything against walkaways myself.
Yeah, I'm successful with them.
As long as you put some frames with some eggs in there, they can
Yeah.
make the queens right quick. Does he have the?
Philip,
But I don't have equipment or time to do proper splits. I don't know. Are you still saying that you got nukes, Philip? I mean, the only other thing I can think of is do a demery like I do, where pull about half of that cap brood out of there. If it's cap brood, 5 or 7 frames of capped.
Honeycomb.
And
Look, short on equipment, that's going to be a factor for the dim rays too, probably.
Yep, there sure going to be. Yep.
You're going to have boxes. You're going to have excluders. You got to have different screen boards, smell grows, whatever you want to call them. So that'd be my thinking on that. Be short on equipment. Boy, it's best
If they have 5 to 7 frames of brood, that thing is going to blow up pretty quick. Depending on how much of that's capped, that's going to be an explosion in a couple of weeks.
That's my situation, but I don't have the drone, so that's the reason I'd do some splits with my own stuff if I had the drones. But I can't get them mated now. I don't think we can. Could you got any drones in your hives?
I haven't dove so deep into the hives to see exactly how many frames of brood most of them are carrying. I probably really need to do that now. I was kind of just putting a little bit of pollen on them, a little bit of feed, and just kind of waiting for warmer days. But it sounds like even JW, remember the gentleman who gave the talk about the varroamite, Jim Masucci?
Yeah.
Well, he's here in my area, and he said he has almost 3 boxes in some of his colonies of bees, and he was looking to. The reason I asked about that apiary, he was looking at ordering some queens in, and he was asking if anybody, me and a couple other guys on a co-op, were looking to partake in some. And I said, I'm sure if you guys are that close to having colonies that strong, I'm probably not far off from you guys either. So I can probably use some. My biggest thing is making splits right now. Probably want to make them pretty heavy, being that we're still having some some chilly temperatures. I don't think we're out of the woods yet for that. So, normally if I make a 3-frame split, I might do something quite a bit heavier than that, just shake an extra 2 frames of bees in there so they can keep that stuff warm.
Well, what I thought I'd do, I made me some boards. I've got mostly 8-frame stuff. I still got a few 10s I'm running. I made me some reducer boards to put on top. If I can find some mate or queens, I'm going to put them in 5-frame nukes, and I've got me some reducers made to reduce my 8s down to 5 to get them started. See how that works. And we happen to have a cold spell when I get them, after I make my splits.
Right.
So that's what I'm
got
thinking.
He's got about 11 nukes, let's say. He's got enough there to take care of that for a while until he gets the other stuff built.
Yeah,
I would think.
Shoot, I'll ship all the drones he wants.
Well, he's in
I've had.
Texas. I mean, they ought to be pretty warm out there, so I think he.
Well, it was when I was out there. It was pretty nice.
Well, I don't know just where Philip's at in here, kind of around the semi-Dallas area.
Yeah, he's sort of close to that. Sort of close to that. Yeah.
He spends time between Richland and Capel, I believe. I think one's north and one's south of Dallas.
Well,
one of the yards is quite a few miles away from him. I do know that.
Well, he could be 200 or 300 miles. Texas is pretty good sized state, I mean, you say East Texas, Tom. I don't know. You might throw it out at Philip, see if he happens to know the people, if he's watching now.
And he hopes that
Does he have drones?
you got drones, Phillips.
Well, that's why I did my splits as early as I did. I had drones in the hive, and they were laid. They had like 6 or 7 frames of slab of brood. I knew I had to do something before, and they're double deeps even, so, and they were crowded. So I figured, well, it's not going to hurt anything, and pull that off and to thin them down, and it worked. I had the queens come back mated too as well. So, but they're getting back up there again. I got to start doing some more.
Melissa, I put in a good word for you this afternoon. Did you happen to see the ladies on their live chat? Sarah Happy Hives and that bunch?
I was with Lisa for a little while on that.
I give them your name. I told me how to get a hold of you. You're knowledgeable and like to talk, so.
Well, I talk too much. Nah.
No, I'm talking to Melissa now.
Oh.
Oh no, I didn't see. I saw that there was a live going on, but we were out running errands, so I didn't get to watch it or anything.
Well, it only lasted 4 hours, they said.
I think it was 4.5. Lisa said on here earlier. And Kathy's from Shenandoah, Virginia.
So Philip says he has drones emerging. So I would think walkaway splits.
Yeah.
If he has drones emerging, then feral hives are going to be having drones emerging. So he should be fine doing walkaway splits, I would think.
That's what I would think also. That's just my opinion. You don't want to pay much attention to me. I'm a senile old man.
Nah, I don't think so. You're cutting yourself short.
Well, I've been short a lot.
Well, the timing on that,
like you.
Well, the timing on that. If he has drones emerging now, if they make a queen cell, they will be mature enough, at least, to know that he has something out there, may be mature enough to mate with a virgin queen.
He's better part of 30 days out if he splits the cells if they're even if they're in the late cap stage.
Yeah, it's about that. Yeah, about 30 days out. The key to that is going to be having enough brood to keep the hive, cycling a little bit till then.
Yeah, I think now is a good time, JW. You're talking about the Snail Grove boards or the What's the other word we were talking about?
I'm old school. I call them double screens.
Yeah,
Double
double
screen board's the
screens. I
same
guess the
difference.
older term is a Snell Grove board, what have you. Now would be a good time to utilize that tool for people making splits. That way, if you had a split that wasn't large or substantial, we still have a little bit of temperature swing.
Jerk it out and let them go back together, you know, or
Yeah,
put a piece of newspaper in between them and recombine them.
sure, absolutely.
The cloak board works pretty well that way too.
Well, that's basically the same thing. And then the cloak board and the double screen about the same thing.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah,
cloak
I
board
think
just
so.
doesn't have the
Some people call them
ventilation
cloaks, I call them
letting heat
double
go up
screens.
like the double screen board does. Or the cloak board's usually like a solid piece, isn't it?
It's got a queen excluder on the bottom of it, and you put a like a board, or it comes sometimes. Some will come with a metal plate. You slide across the bottom to cut the queen pheromone smell off.
Right. So it's kind of the same tool, except for the double screen or the Stelgro board has where the heat can transfer from the bottom to the top boxes.
Well, when I looked into that a while back, you were supposed to put the brood and whatever up top of the screen, so you would get all the nurse bees to come up and fill that top box. And then I think the way you put the slider in, and you put your graft in the top. I think there's like a frame of unopened brood. Pull the open brood back out, put your graft in, and then there was supposed to be enough bees upstairs to take care of making the cells. And I've heard different theories about that. I do know I did see. I'll say it was Kahuna Queens out there in Hawaii, and that's what they used. But they had this huge blacksmith bellows, about 3-4 foot wide, and they had piping underneath the highs, and it would blow smoke. So you're driving the nurse bees and all the other bees upstairs to do that queen rearing, and then they would put the slides in and stuff like that. And whereas the double screen, you take and reverse the boxes around, shake all your nurse bees and set that bottom box up really strong, and then put your graft in there, put your double screen on top, and then put your queen right box up on top of that. I would put it for at least 6 days. Some people do it for like 3 days, and then reverse it and put a queen excluder in, and they'll finish capping the cells off and all. So that's sort of the difference between the two. It's kind of two different ways of doing it. Some people like the other way. Some people like the double screen. Some people like just a queenless hive completely. The guy that was on that Southern Michigan internet bee club that I watched, he did a couple different ways. He said he liked the queenless cell builder finisher type.
That's what I like too.
So how are you
moving all those boxes around?
How do you set that box up? I mean, are you taking an empty box and bringing cat brood in along with some nurse bees and then letting them hatch out before you put a graft in?
So I actually do it in one of Ricky's horizontal hives. So we have ours broken down into 3 sections, right? 3 10-frame sections. One section is where I keep my queen in, and I keep her behind 3, usually it's about 3 frames with a queen excluder there, so that I can always have like egg and young larvae frames, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in the middle, I'll have a queenless, overpopulated colony. So once I graft, I'll take that, do my grafts, and then put my grafts into that middle section that's queenless, and just let that be my builder and finisher. And then when they get capped, I bring them inside and put them in the incubator.
Right. But I mean, how do you is that hive prepped right now as far as being stocked with bees, or
No, not at all. So
So how
I'll
do you-
just find one of our hives that is really overpopulated. I'll move it into that center section into the horizontal hive, and then what I'll do is so that the section that the queen is in, so it doesn't get overpopulated, I'll just keep taking emerging brood from hers and put it into that queenless section.
yeah. No,
So it's
my
overpopulated.
idea was if I either do a 10 frame or a 5 frame nuke, that I would bring in cat brood above a queen sluter on the donor hives and get those nurse bees to come up, and then just take the whole frame with the nurse bees on it and put it in that nuke cell builder and do it that way. And then maybe bring some more brood up with the nurse bees, and either some people say put it on the board like on a ramp and shake the nurse bees out front, or I figured if the nurse bees are coming up through a queen excluder, we know they're nurse bees, and I would just shake the bees off into that hive and overpopulate it and stuff. And I would probably set that hive up, let's say 10 days to 14 days ahead of time, so they emerge and everything. And then the one guy out of Virginia, he was talking about, he kept it queenless for 5 straight months by just adding brood to it and all, because I do know that's for fact, because the brood odor keeps, as long as you have strong brood odor like that, they feel like they're queen right, and they won't start any cells and all. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't shake the bees off every so many days, or every round, I'll say, and check and see if there's any cells there, because I've had that happen to me too. And all, where I've had a graft and they was all torn down, and there's the virgin right there, in there and stuff like that. So
I would actually like to work with more queen cells this year than what we have had in the past. I mean, any of the queens that I brought in, it's been a while since I brought mated queens in for many of my stuff. Most of it's either been virgins or grafts that we've worked off of. And, I don't want to spend the money, especially when I'm buying, if you're buying, say 20 queens, right, at $40 a pop, that gets expensive very quickly. So I'd rather do something that's a little bit less costly,
Yep.
And
raising your own queens, to me, it's fun. It's one of the fun things.
Yeah, definitely, because it's a little more challenging, right?
It's challenging, but it's like a person has a garden. You sit there and you nurture, let's say, the tomato plants along, and then finally you get these nice big right looking tomatoes, and I'm like, look what I did. I got that to grow, and here's my reward. And it's the same thing with queens, is that you grab, they make the cell, you put it in the incubator. I usually leave mine now and let them hatch in the incubator, and then put a little bit of crystallized honey in there for them to eat, and then put them in a 2 or 3 frame mating nuke. We'll let them walk in and come back in a couple of weeks, and they got it all laid up. And she's a great big long beauty, and I was like, that's what I made. That's one of my queens, and it makes you feel good.
Oh, definitely.
And then Russell talked, yes, it is the pheromones that from the larvae or the cat brood is what the other bees smell. And that's why they don't go laying worker. Now, they might find the right age larvae in there and might want to try and make a queen cell, a swarm cell, or emergency cell. But that's where you go in there about every 3 or 4 days, or after the graft is done. Shake those bees off of them frames, check them for any cells and stuff like that. And all. Ripple that was what
You talk about using cells, Tom. I get better queens from my cells than I do grafting because my eyes, I'm getting this stage of life. I may have to get Melissa to come out and do my
Monitor it for you.
grafting. Pay her to come out and do my grafting because
There you
my
go.
eyes are marginal.
I'm
I can't
sure
do
she would. Hey, just come pick her up in that plane you got. She'll get on a graft for you.
No, don't be passing that around for fact because that certainly is not.
Yeah. I was looking at a comment here. Let's see, where is it at? Honeybee compound. You got to making queens is one thing, but needing the bees to back them up. Yeah, you do need resources. You definitely need some resource hives to go along with all that and everything. I know a lot of folks talk about putting out swarm boxes and stuff like that, but when you get up for, let's say, 30 to 50 hives or so, it's not, I don't think it's worth your time. I think you can sit there and make your own queens and make your own splits, and you don't have to worry about climbing trees or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I love to go
interested
after
in-
them cut out smarter, Mo. I've got out 10 traps now, but I've got them checking 2 that I noticed in the warm days last week. But these last 2 cool spells have slowed things down, I imagine, a little bit.
Well, if you got the time to fool with them, you know. It's one
Well,
thing
I don't
also.
have anything else but time.
I have this sneaky suspicion this year that everybody's going to be underprepared for what's about to hit. This is around the country, and everybody's going to be looking for everything from queens to make a split to equipment to the whole 9 yards. You're going to have bees hitting the trees all over the place. I don't think people are realizing what these bees are doing, you know, through this warming spells that we're having a little bit earlier this year. I think it's going to come back and start to bite people. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just feels like that.
Well, I know it's been hard to keep up with them.
I think every box, I'm not talking about hive, I'm talking about box. I've got a few still in double deeps, and I've condensed everything down, but I think I've got at least 6 frames of brood in every box in my apiaries, you know.
That's going to blow up pretty quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's the reason but I don't have any. I seen a few drones back in December. I don't know why, but I was in all my boxes this past week, clear down to the landing boards, and I didn't see a drone. You know.
Well, December probably for you, much like us, was fairly warm. You know, November and December both were pretty warm. We didn't hit that cold snap until January after we got back from Nobby. So, you know, it's possible that some of those drones were able to fly under the radar, so to speak, and were able to stay in the hives.
Well, they're not there. They're in it now, is all I can tell you. Or either that, I'm going totally blind, but I didn't see them.
I feel like the bees here where we are came in pretty hot and heavy last spring too.
Yeah, I think so.
Like it came on fast and it came on strong. And I kind of feel like it's going to do the same thing again. And I know here Missouri's not a huge like swarming area, or where we are anyway. It's not like a huge swarming area, but we did removals last year. We probably did almost 20 removals last year. So I have a feeling it's going to be another of the same, if not worse, this year.
Well, they're talking 70s here next week, and I'm sure you got the same forecast I've got. You know.
Yeah, well, this last year, they snuck up on me. You know, I only had 2 hives that I carried over through the winter from the season before, and then went from 2 to 12. I'm still sitting on 12. So I mean, I don't know. If they do the same thing this year, I'm gonna be hurting.
Yeah. It hasn't, like I say, there's one of them, it was 79 right out there in Texas and all, but like I say, we've hit a few, it's like 60s. One day it was close to 70 degrees, I think, but usually right around 60, 65. And that's the days that are really flying a lot, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I know I've got a nephew in the Oklahoma Panhandle, and that's where they get the worst weather from Hades. And he said it's been, they've been warm and dry out there, and he's got about 200 hives. So I think it's about the same. But he says they need to going to have to do some stuff and get some splits made. But what do you do if you don't have any drones? That's the reason I'm going looking for some mated queens.
Yeah. I kind of feel the same way, JW. I don't want, unless I see a lot of drones, I mean, like potentially a couple of frames of drones running around. I really don't want to try to mate any queens, because I feel like all it's going to do is, even if you do get a queen mated, it's going to come back and bite you midsummer, right? You're going to end up having some losses or some queens that are starting to fail, or superseders. If they weren't mated well enough, they'll let them roll for a little while, and then they'll actually supersede them. After the honey flow, when things start to get a little tough, they'll boot them out.
Well, them bees know if queen's no good. They're not going to keep her. They'll either kill her or leave her.
Yeah, I really don't want to create a problem for myself midsummer, because honestly, when it gets to be after the harvest and honey, I kind of like and get some treatments on those hives. I kind of like to kind of let it ride for a few weeks and kind of chill out a little bit. You know what I mean? That's the time of the year where you've been going so strong for a few months that you kind of want a little breather just to kind of, relax a little bit. At least it is that way for me anyway.
Well, them $40 queens, that's just one with them little old fancy, trees that you stick out in them yards and get about $1,000 for it.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to think that the bees will be smart enough to know they can't swarm until there's drones, at least in their own hive.
Yeah.
Then they know there's drones out about.
If I come up to something down there, Tom, I'll call you. Or
Okay.
See if you're interested, what's available. But don't get your hopes up too much.
Yeah.
Because them guys are all building packages down there, so I may not be able to con anybody out of anything.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say con, I will talk. Beg. Yeah. I may not be able to beg anybody out of anything. So
that's right. Hey, JW, are you planning on increasing the number of colonies that you're going to keep this year? Or what's your thoughts?
Lord, I got too many now for me. I got 37 now. So if I do any splits at all, and I'm an old man by myself. So,
Sounds like you need an extra 100. That's what I heard you say.
Yeah. Well, I got the rim for them. If you want to bring them out here and you can drive back and forth, take care of them.
Yeah. How far did you say you were away from me? About an hour and a half? 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours probably from where you're at. You're in Eureka, right? I come out there. I used to come out there to the Farina research farm all the time,
I haven't made enough money to buy a plane yet, so I can't fly up and land out in one of your pastures, I hear Charlie up there is probably looking to increase by 50 or 60 or so.
Yeah, I'm done. I keep my 30.
Some rumors here.
Keep my 30 and let it go at that.
Yeah, keep it fun, right?
Yeah. A lot of it is the fact that it's just me, and I don't know. Just when I first started into it, I was gonna be more of a nuke guy and sell nukes and stuff and that kind of thing. And then I also used to say, who eats honey? Well, then I found out there's lots of people to buy honey, and it's been going along now. Like I say, this year I had honey sales much more, but I had a guy quit doing bees right close to me, and he's been pushing all his customers to me, and they're all been happy. And I don't know. I don't mind raising nukes. It's just it's like I've been kicking the idea around where I definitely want to go up to 14 production hives, and I'm looking at. I always want to keep a certain amount of nukes for my operation as far as insurance hives, but then I want to sell. Let's say if I want to sell 10 nukes, I always kind of like to have 12 or 13 there. So if one or two of them die, I can still sell the 10 nukes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one problem I have with nukes is that you sort of like count your chickens before they hatch. And I don't like doing that.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Closet commercial.
huh?
Closet commercial.
Yeah. Well, I had one year where I lost, I don't know, 60% of my nukes. I had to call everybody up. Luckily, it was early on. I called everybody up and said, you got to go someplace else this year. I didn't sell any nukes that year. And then I got this hive lifter, and I've got some nukes that are going to be in deeps. And I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe with the lifter, I can go back to the normal way of doing. Instead of me having 3 mediums, I could have 2 deeps through the wintertime, and then I can pull the top deep off, put all the brood in the bottom and the queen, and put honey, queen of clear honey supers, and put that top deep on top with the extra brood up there, the way I run it. And that I don't have to worry about lifting up a tremendous amount of weight because of that machine. So that's something and that way it actually would make it easier for me, because if I raise nukes and I raise all the nukes in deep frames, then I can make sure I have enough to sell. Let's say for the 10 I have enough room for, let's say, 16 hives, nukes. And then I can retrofit all those nukes if I need them into my production hive area, instead of having mediums for that and deeps for the one for selling and all that stuff. So I'm not sure. It's something I'll have to experiment with this year, whether I like the deeps or not. I mean, it lets 10 less frames that you got to deal with when you're inspecting and everything. But those top boxes do get awfully heavy in this wintertime, full of honey. I know Brad doesn't say that they say they don't get like 100 pounds, but they sure do feel like it and all that.
Especially when you've lifted several of them in one day, right?
Huh? What's that?
I said you said they get really heavy, and I said especially when you've lifted several in one day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what my plan is with this hive lifter. Is like, if I'm going to go in and do this demaroo where I'm pulling half of that cat brood out of the bottom, I can lift 3 supers of honey up with that machine effortlessly and let it sit there, go in, do my inspection, and just lower it right back down on that box, But even that's going to be an experiment this season to kind of see how it works and how well it works and how easy it is to work with the machine.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff. And I want to be able to video that too, to give my comments of feedback of how the machine's doing for me and what I like about it, or what complications I've had with it, or something of that kind of stuff. So that's.
Yeah, you ought to work something out with that company that manufactured those, because you had said you got a couple of people that were interested in buying them after you talked about them.
Yeah.
So what you do is go to the company and work out a code where Charlie gets a kickback, the customer gets a small percentage, right?
Right.
And then they sell more of their product.
And that's the thing; these are hand built. This guy just does it, when he gets an order.
Yeah.
It's not what he does for a living. I think he's a full-time beekeeper, the way I get it.
Oh, I see.
And he come up with these different ideas, and I guess they're a different avenue of income.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not one of them guys that's going to be at Nobby to promote his product, and he's just doesn't care to do that.
Yeah.
And that's what I was always waiting for the last couple of years. I was hoping he would come to the Hive Life shows and bring that down there so I could sit there and play with the machine and see whether I liked it, which ones. And I had to rely on the videos that Joey puts out, and Joey's got the B1E, which is electric, and it's more of a dolly system. And then let's see, Mike Berry's got the one like I have, but he's got the B2. And Jace, is it Jason out there in Kentucky?
Nathan has one too, right?
Nathan. Yeah, Nathan, that's it. He's got the B3 like mine. But they never did any videos dwelling on the machine as far as the good and the bad about it and what they found with it, what things I mean, I already know that you got to have pretty nice flat ground. And I seen Nathan out there one year, last year, he was taking honey supers off, and I'm like, Nathan, you got a hive lifter. Why aren't you using it?
Mhm.
And of course he's younger and stronger. And I think he had a helper there, I would just go up here and pick them off and drop them off, type of thing. So I just want, I bought it because I could, I could do things. I don't depend on anybody else. It's always seems to be a problem when you're looking to get help there. Are they going to get there on time? When you want them there to be on time on your schedule.
Yeah.
And it's, yourself as an employee, it's hard to do all that, to get that done right. And you just get to the point where you get frustrated and then you just go get your own machine so you can do it when you want to do it.
That's exactly right. I always upgrade and buy machines whenever, and this sounds really bad, but this is just the way it is. I'm sure even JW can probably kind of vouch for this. You buy a newer machine or you buy a machine that'll help you do something because there'll be a lack of help there in whatever capacity. You don't have people that want to work in the type of field or type of work you're wanting to do because it's either hard or strenuous, there's a number of reasons why.
Or your kids are even out of the age where you can make them do things you want them to, even though they don't want to.
Yeah.
That's what you got that thing back there on that couch behind you for, Tom. Let's do all that type of stuff.
It works the other way around, JW.
Hey, I knew I liked this guy really good. I just didn't know why until now.
Remember, this is why I don't have to buy a hive lifter. I already have one.
That's what I tell them. I got an automatic one.
I'm gonna go down south and find somebody's used Hummer-Bee and bring it back with me.
Well, good luck on that too. Most of them, if they're used, they're well used.
I bet they are. Yeah.
Our friend, the guy that I helped out, he bought a Hummer-Bee used. It wasn't cheap by no means.
No.
It was used. It was a guy had bought 5 of them, and he was Lloyd. I think was at the what's called American Honey Producers Association, and there's a sales guy that goes to that for those machines. I think they're out there close to where y'all live. I think it's like in the Ohio area, somewhere's in that area, and it's where the guy's located. And anyway, the guy traded all 4 of them in or something like that, and when they trade them in, they completely go over them, hoses and leaks and whatever else. And he had to buy a trailer to go with it and all. So that was like 40-some thousand bucks for a used one. Minimal hours. It looked like it was brand spanking new. So am I missing something?
Yeah. Look at Ricky's comment up top. Horizontal bees, check him out.
Hey, my comment came through before yours.
Oh, hold on.
You think he's home, or is that Ruth? You think he's surely on the road someplace? If he's home,
I don't know. I'm not sure if he's back yet or not. Is that conference over already?
Yeah, it'd be this evening, I'd think. And he couldn't be home yet, I don't think.
Well, unless he decided to stay the night again, maybe he stayed the night and leave in the morning. I don't know.
Tell him to get on here.
Ask him, Ricky, are you home?
No, he just said I just got home.
Oh.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
We're glad you're home, Ricky.
Yep, glad you made it home.
You get to spend time with Ruth now.
Mm-hmm. We should ask Ricky if he wants to go get lunch tomorrow. We'll jump in JW's plane. He'll pick me up. I'll just be out in the field. You can swing down and just hook me. We'll go up and we'll head down south. I got some good spots down there in Florida we can get some lunch.
Yeah.
I have to take a ride out to catch a plane from his place.
Yeah. Good luck. They say I drive like a jet, but I don't. It's not in a plane.
You'd fit right in Florida. Then you can do 100 miles an hour, and the cops don't care.
I'm well experienced. I lived down there for about 14
Yeah.
years.
That's the best place in the world to drive. Those are my kind of people down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just close my eyes.
Yeah, she gets twitchy in the car next to me, or sitting in the seat next to me if I go too fast or what have you.
Yeah, you get down there in Florida, I say turn signals are an option and nobody gets it. You know, you have to guess which way they're going to go when they brake lights come on in front of you.
I have to say, sometimes I'm not the best at that, so I'm a little guilty.
Yeah, Roy's got one, like Joey's got B1 electric.
Yeah.
And but I got the B3 hydraulic, and that was one thing that Mike Berry told me today, or at the conference this year. He said, you know, if he had it to do all over again, he would got the electric one. I'd already planned on getting that. So, I mean, I'll be back. I gotta get the drink.
And the host is leaving.
Yeah. You just carry on, I guess. So.
Hey, I guess we get to run the show now, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Lord help us.
Hey, now we can talk about Charlie since he's left, huh?
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm sure he's not too far away.
I was just trying to get on him what he need that hive lifter for. If he was going to go to that single brood box management all the time, he wouldn't need that hive lifter.
That's right. Yeah, right.
I was going to rag him about that.
Well, you get more honey out of the deep, so.
Hey, Lee just said we can take over the show now. We just got the official approval from Lee.
Take over the show.
Right. So I don't know about you guys. How did you guys do or fare for your winter? I mean, were your losses minimal, or what did those look like for you? Melissa and I have only lost 19%, so I'm pretty satisfied with that number. What do you guys?
I haven't figured out the percentage. I started with 38 and I come out with 37 so far. I may lose.
Well, you're better than me. You're a lot better than I am.
I had 2 abscond just before winter, and then in January I ended up with the other 2, so I'm back at 12. So I don't know why they absconded, but they did. Yeah.
Let me ask a question to put out there for anybody that's watching and wants to tune in. If you do like a walk-away split, I'm just asking opinions now, or where you're separating the box, you're not splitting up. In other words, you're separating boxes when you split, any kind of split, whatever you use. Do you leave the queen in the original box, or do you take the queen to the new box? You understand what I'm saying, folks? Put some opinions on that.
What do you say?
Now, JW, I'm sorry, I was typing whenever you're saying that. Now, are you saying when a colony is getting ready to swarm? Did you say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you split them, any kind of split that you may do other than like a dim array where you're going up split.
So I'll say this:
if the boxes, do you leave the original queen in the original box, or do you move the queen to the new box?
Yeah. So
the old box make the.
So if I come up onto any colonies that are extremely overcrowded, meaning to the point of swarming, what I will immediately do is I'll find that queen and I'll cage her and put her aside, and I'll make a split depending on how aggressive I want to be. Maybe I'll make a couple splits off of it if I'm not worried about producing honey on that hive, that year, which
Sure.
I'll be honest with you, most of the time I'm not super concerned with making a ton of honey. I was more interested in growing numbers and having a different diversity in my yards, meaning having more yards in different areas to collect different nectars and such.
Yeah.
I'll actually move the original queen. I'll move her out somewhere else, and then I'll potentially leave the splits behind, or depending on where, how much room I have in that yard. Sometimes I move all my splits to a certain yard because I'm not trying to leave a really small split or a couple small splits, especially if we're getting toward the end of the nectar flow. I won't leave those in the yards with massive colonies because I'm not trying to create any kind of a robbing event. To kind of quote Bob Benny, he says, if you want to lower your numbers of mating success, or I'll just say this, queen acceptance in a yard, you create a robbing event, that's going to go downhill so quickly. So, I'm a big fan of equalization and, keeping certain yards for making queens, things like that. But most of the time I'll move the queen away unless I'm making just a small split. If I'm making a small split off of them because I like that colony, then I'll leave the queen in place. So it kind of depends for me.
Karen has better luck leaving the queen where she is. Okay. If ready to swarm, I move queen with the split. Okay.
Well, I had one swarm on me in the very beginning of the season. It had, because I found like 12 queen cells in that hive, and I started splitting them out. It didn't move the queen, the original queen. The original queen took off with the swarm. They still did good. It's produced, but I think that I wouldn't have lost that one. I had that one swarm if I would have took the queen out, put her somewhere, and then did my splits off of the cells that were in that box.
Mm-hmm.
As a hindsight,
Yeah, you almost have to, especially when it's a swarm situation. You really have to take that queen and move it out because to simulate that artificial swarm. That way, they think they've swarmed if that queen's gone. So that's definitely one of the times that we always move the queen out is if there's swarm cells in there.
Yeah.
When I did the splits, the two earlier I did Terranov splits, shaking all the nurse bees and the queen out, and all the ones that could fly went back to the main box to simulate a swarm as well. Gave them the experience of having the swarm before they have one. So
well, I was just curious to what different people done. Some people move the queen, some people leave the queen. On when they split the other boxes, if you're not splitting up, that's what I'm saying. Any split you do where they leave the original queen where she was, or where they move her to the new hive and put the new queen or the cell, or leave the new queen or the cells in the original hive. I just wonder what people done.
Yeah.
I've done it both ways. I don't think it makes a difference, but I'm just curious what people thought.
I guess another perspective that you can think about, and again, I'm going to kind of quote Bob Benny. I really like his information. That man's a smart man, been doing it for a long time. But he talks again about, if you're going to leave a split, he doesn't always, and this depends on the size, he doesn't always leave the split in the same place. He'll either reverse the box by using that double screen board and have a different entrance. That way, when he says most of those forager bees will go out of that and go back around, and they'll go into the other portion of the hive, in the lower portion there on the other side, because he said, older bees are less accepting of newer queen. So I would think ideally you probably wouldn't want any older forager bees in there. So if you leave a small split in the original space and move the parent colony, if you will, if that's the way you're doing it, that might create more failure or less percentage of success anyway.
As Shane was talking about, it's got a bottling tank, so I presume it's either is it going to be a Hilco or a Man Lake or something, or not a Man Lake, but a Max Ant. I have the Max Ant, and I have the Max Ant. I call it the one drip valve.
Yeah.
They all are.
And and I think Hilco's got pretty much the same concept. And the more you pull down on the lever, the more volume of honey comes out. So you can gauge that. You can get it down to a trickle coming out of those piston type valves. And so it's not so much the size of the valve, it's just the type
I would definitely go with the dripless valves that you can purchase for them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, I've never seen a
Four spout.
dripless that was totally dripless, so I'm like Charlie. I call them one drips or drip and a half sometimes. I got
we just
help
keep
code.
plastic. We keep plastic buckets hooked on them so they drip into the bucket when we get done.
I just stick my tongue out there.
Well, whatever works.
So anyway, Shane, I mean, just depending on what, and as far as it'll heat up to 101, you don't want to heat it up to 101. I find around 95 degrees at the top end, maybe 97. I think I have mine set to where it goes about 6-degree variation around 80, I'll say 88, 89 degrees up to about 96, 90, I'll say 97 at the top end. Keep it under 100. And that's another thing I've also noticed. If the hotter you get the honey, the more liquid it flows.
More drips.
And you don't have quite the control with the lever because it flows too fast.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep it around that 90 degree, 95, it's warm to flow, but it's not as viscous, and you can control it through that valve and everything.
Yeah.
And it's not detrimental. He says a restaurant equipment manufacturer. It's made for maple syrup.
Yeah. When you cut into that wall, if you put in a bigger spout, if it's a heated tank, it's probably got a water jack in there. So you're going to have.
Well, he says it's a maple syrup, so it ought to have a valve already built on it.
Just buy one of those bottlers from John Hill. Don't worry about it.
There we go. Hey, Spank.
Spanky.
Hello.
How was the conference, Spanky?
It was good.
Did you just get back home too?
Yeah, I just got done eating.
Now you and Ricky rode together, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. About a 5-hour drive, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many
Everything
fights
good with
did you
you?
have?
Do what?
How many fights did you and Rick have on the way up and back?
Well, we didn't have a fight.
No fights?
No.
So how many vendors you have over there, Spangy?
There was quite a few.
I mean, some of the like normal ones like Man Lake and that kind of stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
And all any unusual vendors as far as stuff that you've not seen before? Or?
There was a knife guy there.
I saw that picture. I don't remember whose Facebook it was on, but I saw that picture of it. I'm like, thought they went to a bee conference.
Well, I did a live stream walking through showing the tables. So.
Well, we'll have to go back and look at your video. Hey, every beekeeper has to have a good knife, right?
Yeah, you lose your hive tool, you got something you can use.
Is it one of them Damascus type knives, Spanky?
Some of them were.
That's the problem with me is you can buy them expensive knives like that, and I wind up losing them awful darn fast.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Charlie. Especially if you give anything for it, that's the first one you lose. I can get an old cheap one, and for a $3 one, and I carry it for 6 months. I can get a brand new high dollar ones where I won't sure it's 6 days. I have it planted someplace.
This old cobalt thing here, I've had it forever. I don't ever lose it. But like you said, you pay money for one, decent money for one.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yep. I just use one of those cheap. I use one of those cheap foldable Milwaukee knives with the replaceable blades in the end.
That's what that cobalt is.
Yeah, I pulled
That's
out
what this
sling
is.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Those
got
work
one.
good, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, I got one of them cobalts, and I also I went to the local hardware store, and they had one of them things where you get like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 of them knives in a pack. And I see Craig Branch just dropped up a link.
You all were talking about Damascus. Look at this hive tool right here.
That's neat.
Pretty
See, that's
cool,
what
isn't
I
it?
was thinking. Why didn't he forge some hive tools and bring them?
This
I
was
didn't
actually
see hive
forged.
tools.
This
you
was
find
actually
that?
forged by a gentleman in our bee club that's been in there for quite some time. He actually made that for me. It was made with fish hooks, and I don't remember what other additives he put in it. And honestly, if I tried to say, I'd probably screw it up because I don't really know all that chemistry behind what all they put in that stuff. But it turned out pretty good, though.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Here, let me put you up big.
Okay.
Let's see, solo layout. There we go. Yeah, now you can see all the layers or whatever you call that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
You sure that's not the one I lost? You need to send that back to me.
Well, bring the plane up here and pick it up.
What'd you do? Drop it out of your plane? Yeah, there's a bunch of different hive tools. I just didn't see none on his stand.
The guy selling the knives, did he make his own hive tools or anything like that, or is it just?
I didn't see no hive tools. That's what I was saying. Why didn't you bring some custom made hive tools?
Yeah,
Or maybe he didn't. He sold them all first thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got there about 11 that first day, and there's people already leaving. They didn't come back.
That's crazy.
They
What,
got
they
their
quit?
stuff and was leaving.
Were there some pretty steep discounts on the vendors there?
I mean, there were discounts. It depends on what you wanted, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I hope Ricky didn't sell anything. That'll move me further back down the list on my next one.
Do what?
I said, I sure hope Ricky didn't sell any down there. That'll put me further down the list on my next time.
Well, everything he had, was already. It wasn't gonna put you down on no list,
I'm just joshing. I hope he's still on there so they could hear all this.
Did he sell any hives? Do you know?
Well, I mean, some of them he took were pre-sold.
Yeah.
He was dropping them off,
Right.
And he'll probably get some orders from people.
I know he's told Tom that just since the art conference ended, he's still getting a few calls from people from Missouri ordering hives from him.
Yeah.
And that was what, almost 3 or 4 weeks ago?
Yeah. Hey, Spanky, are you planning on going to that conference in Slidell, Louisiana in September?
I don't plan on going to any conferences.
No? Well, you went to North Carolina one.
Well, that's because Ricky wanted me to go.
Well, I'm asking you to come down to this one then.
Apparently, Tom's going to pressure everybody to go.
Well, we're just going to get a big group of us down there. Charlie's going to come on down, and then we're going to hop on JW's plane, pick up Spanky on the way over, head over the mountains, pick him up. And we're going to go down to Louisiana and fly around the lake a little bit. And then, I don't know, it'll probably cause some trouble, I think.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of trouble if I was flying it.
Trial by fire. Remember that?
Believe it or not, I used to have a friend that was a multimillionaire from Charlotte, North Carolina. He had a place in Mexico, and he'd come by here, pick me up in his own private.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah, and take me down there, down back and forth.
Yeah.
But I'm not that guy, I can tell you.
I'm still trying to get to make me enough money to buy me a plane.
I don't know. They seem to fall out of the air awful lot here lately.
You need to come out here. My middle son, he flies one of them airfoils, He got the motor on his back. You probably see him flying around out there. My middle son, he flies one all the time.
That's pretty neat. That seems a little more sketchy.
I said, I'm too old for that crap.
So, Spanky, did you get to hear any of the conference talks or anything?
Yeah, I listened to Randy and Mr. Ed, Jeff Horchoff.
Yeah. Anybody else down there that was speaking had anything different?
There were, but it was like talking about viruses and Varroa, and I hear about that all the time.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah, it kind of gets old after a while.
I about got Jeff and Randy's little spiels memorized. I've heard them each 1, 2, or 3 times now.
Yeah, Jeff talked about them double screen boards.
Yeah.
Yeah, he uses those a lot.
Is that where he's making splits?
Yeah.
Spanky?
Yeah, he moves the queen up into the top, and he puts that entrance on the back end so the forager bees will move into the bottom where the new queen's being made. And he said he does that to hinder that queen from building up as quickly, because now she's got to wait till she's got foragers. He's trying to keep them from swarming as quick, which, I mean, he's in Louisiana, so.
I use about the same method here quite a bit. That's probably one of my favorite ways to split, actually.
Yeah, that's
They had
kind
some
of the way they do the cell builders is basically exactly like that. I was watching the one video. I talked to James about it. Hopefully, maybe he'll research it. I can't find it. Anyway, filled the bottom box full of nurse bees, put in a couple frames of pollen, put the grafting frame in, and I think a feeder in. And the only thing I could see is he didn't put any extra frames in there for the bees to kind of hang on. And then he put the double screen board and put the queen upstairs. Like they came back the next day, and all, like you say, the foragers came out of the back of the box and circled around it and then back into the bottom box. And the top box he was looking at, he said, yeah, there's definitely less bees in the top box now and more bees in the bottom box. But he had probably a 90+% graft success on that thing. So
That's what I was thinking about doing with them screen boards, was doing that grafting.
yeah,
Because, I mean,
I
if you have a bad turnout, you don't get any to take. Well, you can remove that board, if you're not going to
right.
try again. If you move them in a different box somewhere else, then they're no longer. You'd have to move them and then hope that they play along with the colony again.
Mm-hmm. So I've got some double screen bottom boards. I have had them since I guess at least over a year ago. I just never used them. I never really. I think maybe Benny explained that at Hive Life, but it's one of them things I got to get up close and watch it, and if I look at it on video a couple of times, then I finally grasp it. As far as the visual, I was listening to some of the videos from this year at the Bee Expo, and I even was sat in. I watched the same video where I actually was sat in there listening to Paul Kelly about single brood chamber, and I still picked up more information from the video where I heard it, but it was maybe too much information too fast, type of thing, and all that. But I know that Brian was saying there, Flower Street. He puts the honey super. Once he puts the honey supers on, he doesn't go back into the bottom box. Do you do that too, Tom? As far as how you work it?
Generally speaking,
How do you keep them from the swarm cell? I tried that last year. Emulating like folks up north there, and multiple honey supers on to give them quote to space, and they still want to swarm. And like Paul Kelly talked about, and I sat down and did the same thing mathematically. I sat down and counted all the cells on the frame and all that stuff, and then figured out I had 60,000 cells, and I could take 30-some thousand cells for honey and pollen and drones, and they still wanted to make queen cells. So I don't know. My beast must have failed math class. That's all I know.
I can't say that I've had much of a problem with that. When I start giving them room, I can't say that I've noticed that. Now, I'm sure there's probably been a couple that have snuck out on me, because, it seems like after the honey flow, things become much harder to do. The bees are you're always trying to manipulate things a lot more just to if you think about it, kind of a stressful time for them. You don't have any nectar or much pollen flowing at that time. At least for us, it's around, say, end of June, very beginning of July. You're kind of hitting after the summer solstice at that point in time. So replacing queens, them trying to supersede queens can be a little higher because, again, they're running through a little more of a stressor. You've gone in and tore through the hive, blowing them out of the supers to harvest honey off of them, and then put them back together. And you also are doing mite treatments and stuff like that. Like we'll use Apiguard. I'm not saying that causes queens to fail, but what I will say is all those stressors involved probably leads to a little bit of trying to replace some queens. And I would say probably particularly the ones that maybe were already starting to go on the way out a little bit, or maybe her pheromone was a little bit less present within the hive. We've noticed that before where we had really, really strong colonies, pulled honey, put treatments on them, came back a couple weeks later, and they seemed like they were shrinking down. You go to either put your second round of treatment on them and notice that at that point something's wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, now, but I mean, do you have swarms while the honey supers are on?
I haven't noticed that we have had any. Most of the time, I don't see an issue with that.
Or do you split them down a little bit prior to putting this honey supers on?
Well, I would say most of the counties that I have, I'll usually pull some brood out of them, depending on the time of year and how heavy they're brooding. Because ideally you don't want them to build up too heavy. 2 weeks before your main honey flow. So for us, I would say our main honey flow would be at the very tail of April, but right around that first part of May for usually a good couple of weeks. And it can hit really hard. Particularly for us would be the black locust, because that stuff, when it pulls inside in the poplar tulip, there can be so much nectar sitting down inside of a poplar tulip bloom, where it's just almost wet inside there.
Yeah,
it's
about like a tablespoon in a poplar tree.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty significant,
Yeah, just one of the bigger stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why I go in. Well, that's one thing about it. If you watch Ian and different ones, and there's a guy right from Pennsylvania. We were talking about single brood chamber a couple of years ago. He goes in and pulls a split or a nuke out of that prior to the honey flow, and that way it puts that hive back, sets it back enough to where it's peaking about the time the honey flow hits. So
yeah,
if you can time it that good,
definitely. There's a couple really good videos out there for anybody that wants to see a video or watch a video. I'm gonna hit on Bob Benny again because he's got some great content. And if there ain't a video out there that you're looking for, I'll say if there's a video out there you're looking for, you can always go to Bob Benny's channel and search that out. And he'll talk about bringing them back just a little bit before they peak. You don't want them to peak a week or 2 weeks before. Or I would say maybe a week would be okay, but a couple weeks before the main honey flow.
Mm-hmm. I watched that one video. I think he was equalizing, and I think a lot of that. So much of that is experience and knowing what you're looking at and saying, okay, we need to pull these ones back, or this is not going to last for no more than about 2 weeks. And I think that's where a lot of us. We don't have that experience, and we don't recognize that, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be in trouble,
mm-hmm.
And that kind of thing.
That's where counting frames of brood before the main, honey flow starts. So if somebody's starting off in beekeeping, you're kind of at a disadvantage if you don't know plants very well or know what's in your area in particular, right? So it's always best for people who are beekeepers to understand the plants that are in your area that bees will actually actively work, because that can help you determine, when those bloom cycles generally happen. And if you're a little bit ahead of schedule because of weather, understanding that it might happen a week, maybe even 10 days beforehand. So understanding when it happens, and even writing it down from year to year, and then you get, like you said, get that experience under your belt of when these particular plants are blooming, and that's not usually hard to tell what bees are working. You're out there, you're passing by, and you see or you hear bees working in a tree. You look up and see what kind of tree it is. There's always these plant identification apps that you can download. If you don't know what it is, take a picture, send it to the app, and most of them will start to dissect it from there. So understanding what is hitting at that time, so you can understand when you need to dumb the colonies back a little bit before they peak to where your main nectar flow is. Because in my area, even though JW is not that far away from me, his main flow could be a weaker or better, in front of mine, even though he's, I think, mostly lateral. So I would say we were probably pretty close.
Yeah.
But just understanding those things, understanding the plants that can help you make a determination of what you're going to do inside your colonies to set them up for that main honey flow. Or if that's not your goal, maybe you're just trying to build nukes. You don't care about that. Really depends on what your goals are.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. Then you got the weather to play into it too. As far as whether it's raining when there's that time the bloom hits and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That'll be all those things that you can try to account for, but you'll never really know until it hits.
There's Jason here. Or Matt, I mean. Yeah, Matt. First spring, the judge how many frames of brood they should have. I do know that blooms very well in the area. I was a tree surgeon for a few years.
Where are you at, Morris? Where are you located?
He's up in New York.
Okay.
What's the bee race?
He's up there close to the lakes and stuff. The best thing I can say is that, if you go in that hive, I've seen some other videos where, they had like 10 frame hive in a brood chamber and they pulled the brood up. There were slabs of brood on 6 to 8 frames in that hive. And I'm like, man, you need to pull half of that out of there and put open comb in or something to set them back. And either equalize it with another hive or make a split or something, or do the demery where I put it up on top of the hive stack where the queen still has a place to lay, which she won't swarm, but then the bees that you pulled out, or the frames of bees, you're still going to have those in that hive to give you a big strong hive to make more honey for you, and that kind of stuff. That's the best way I can explain it to you.
You see that comment, Charlie? He just put.
Which one?
He just put a comment about how many frames he's got.
Right now, I got Italians have 2 full frames of brood, and my carnies have 1. Well, you're up. I know you're up in New York here. Let's see, I got it written here.
Well, the Italians are going to be more broodier than the carnies, from my experience too.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
Morris.
2 full frames of brood. I don't think you're going to have any problem right now.
No,
A little too early.
They got
Early in your season. In your season for that. And that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Well,
I wouldn't
when I
split
say
anything
something-
between frames.
When I say something, consider the source, but that's my experience that the Italians will, be more broody than what the carnies will overall, wherever you're at.
Yeah. Well, that's why most of your pollinator beekeepers, commercial, they want Italians. They want volume of bees.
Yeah.
To make grade and stuff like that. And all that. As far as the carnies, yes. They're not quite as prolific. They're a little more, what would you call, slower, I guess you might say, but they still brood up good. And all. So, what else was happening at the big show, Spanky? Anything exciting things?
They had a review for their journeyman and masters, and then today they were actually taking those tests.
Oh yeah,
That was going on down there.
I guess that's sort of a local beekeeping testing type of thing. I've heard of it,
I
but
mean, it's state. So certified beekeeper, master beekeeper.
yeah, but it's at that state level. Yeah.
I don't know if it's beyond that. They
Who's
didn't
it through,
mention.
Spanky?
Do what?
Who's it through?
I'm not sure. He was talking about they redid the tests and stuff. They standardized it.
Must
The
be
one-
a state
the
thing.
the one we're working on is Great Plains Master Beekeeping Program, and that's out of the University of Nebraska.
Yeah.
And I think that covers a lot of the Midwest area.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he mentioned offering it to all the clubs, but I don't know if it's exclusive to just North Carolina or if they're might be going to partner with other states. I know one year they had a joint meeting with South Carolina, I was told, so that's why I don't know.
I think that's it. Charlie, is that not Eastern Apiary? What he's talking about?
Well, the one they're going to be in Maryland is called EAS, Eastern Apiculture
Yeah.
Society.
Yeah.
They got the Eastern Apiculture Society, and then they have the Western Apiculture Society. Dewey Caron, he's, I think, pretty much the promoter of those. I mean, he was one of the inventors of that style of certification. It's really EAS is kind of I'll call it like a teaching certificate. It isn't, it's on how to go out and I think originally it was sort of a liaison, a thing where between the beekeeper and the community and teaching the community about bees, but it's kind of went a little bit beyond that. The EAS conference they're going to have here in August, Maryland is putting it on, and it's only like 45 minutes from my house, but I don't believe I'll be going to it. It's the content. Well, they have the teaching part of it is like the first 2.5 days, and then the last 2 days, which is I think a Friday and Saturday, is mostly their speakers. And the problem of it is they hired pretty much Maryland speakers. Well, guess what? Those Maryland speakers have been around to most of our club meetings across the country or across the state for most of us. So it's like the one they're talking about, the guy's going to talk about solitary bees. I said, yeah, he's going to talk about the bees that he found on some island in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay. It's real exciting. And it's like, no thanks, and then there's a couple other ones that, they got them from out of the, the bee lab or whatever. Well, I've seen a lot of their talks at other clubs in the area. So that's nothing.
Well, I think that EAS is, if I understand it correctly, just an offshoot of that or that one that they started up at Canal University. I think it's still administered.
Yeah, it's all kind of started out there. Dewey Caron, he's a PhD guy, and I think he was one of the guys who kind of spearheaded it back when it first started out. They have 4 tests. It's a verbal test, a written test, and a hands-on in the bee thing test. You kind of know, and you have to know a little bit about everything in beekeeping. I'm talking about learning how to make the wine out of bee juice and
mead and stuff. Yes,
mead and commercial and pollination and creamed honey and everything that you can think of dealing with bees. And so it's not an easy thing to get through at all, and all that. But
as I understand it, they don't even have classes, for it like these other deals, like the ones you're doing, Tom. It's you're on your own, and you go there during their conference, and you take 2 or 3 different types of tests, are written and go into the hive actual test, and they got different things that they test you for, and then you either pass or flunk, but there's no formal classes. They recommend what you need to study, but you're on your own. You don't take any classes. That's the way I understand it now. I may be wrong.
That's correct. That's correct.
Which program are you referring to, JW?
EAS at Eastern Apiary.
Oh, okay. I understand. Yeah.
That's the one
originated
through right?
Yeah.
So Jane at Isby's, she just got done with that last year. And I think it's pretty intense. Like a lot of people don't pass it. Like it's a really intense master beekeeping course.
Yeah. Of course, Stevens is he's a master through that. He don't advertise it, but I'm pretty sure that he is.
I think you're right.
Don't advertise it too much. Now you got some that do advertise it solely.
Yeah.
One of their better known students would be Mr. David Burns.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's in my neighborhood over here. He's north of me about 100 miles probably. So about the same distance you are from me probably.
Well, Melissa and I talked about as soon as we finished the Great Plains there from Nebraska, we go through that. Then we were talking about looking for another program to start on as well. And I thought about going through the University of Florida.
I'd say that's one of the stronger ones over Montana up there.
Okay.
Montana's got a good one too, they claim. I'm too old and too dumb to do it. I can't remember stuff anymore, so I just have to live off experience.
I don't.
I'm lucky if I remember to wake up.
And that's pretty limited.
Carl said something about it's great to learn more, but tired of paying for education. The thing that's nice about Great Plains is it's actually free until you test, and then I think the first test is like $50 or something like that, 50 or 85.
Yeah, I can't remember. There's you basically the training is free, and ironically in St. Louis we actually have we actually do physical classes once a month on Sundays, and it's for 2 hours. But you'll do online courses or modules is what they call them, and there may be 20 or 25 of them in one course section, and then you'll have to take a test. And then you'll also do, and that's an online test, but you'll also have a test that you do in the apiary particular, and depending on what, whether it's the apprenticeship portion or whether it's the journeyman or the master, there's different tests that you have to take. Now on those tests particular, that's what you have to pay for. So really most of the program, I mean, there's almost very little cost to it. It may cost you a few $100s, which in my opinion is nothing, But I think like the online one for the University of Florida, I can't remember now what it was, and don't quote me on it, but I was thinking that it was going to cost me, I think it was top side of $1,000, maybe closer to $1,400. Again, don't quote me on it. That's kind of what I was going by. We were looking through some of the programs and such. The best time for me to work on any of that stuff really is getting later in the season, because then I can actually focus a lot harder on, going through that stuff, doing the online courses, taking the tests and things like that, which again, I want to go beyond the Great Plains program. Not that it's not good, because I think it's pretty thorough, but I'd like something that had a little more clout, I guess.
Well, my only issue with the Florida one, though, is that when I was kind of researching it a little bit, you have to maintain each certification for a year before you can move on to the next one.
Yeah.
So even if we've gone through Great Plains and we've graduated that, or have our master certification in that, and we started this Florida one, we'd have to be apprenticed for a year. We'd have to be journeyman so it could take 3 or 4 years to go through this program instead of just letting us do all the coursework, take the test, move on, do all the coursework, take the test, move on. So that's a little bit of my.
I think EAS actually recommends that you don't even try it if you don't have at least 5 years experience. I don't know what they would do to verify your experience. Depends on how big a liar you was, I suppose.
They don't. Yeah. I don't think they do. They just worry about. I do know. Oh yeah, in order to become a master bee, you do have to have another master beekeeper to recommend you.
Yeah, that's true.
And all that
EAS, you do. Yeah.
And
the conference papers and a little tiny logo down there. I imagine zoom in on it said North Carolina State Master Program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a
North
state
Carolina.
one.
A lot of most of your bigger universities, I don't think Illinois has one. I don't know that Missouri has one, but a lot of your bigger universities, it's in B areas, have a Georgia's got one, I'm pretty sure. Montana's got one that's supposed to be pretty good, and Florida's supposed to have one that's good.
Yeah, Missouri doesn't have one. That's why they do that Great Plains thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I say, I looked into it a couple years back, but I don't know. It just kind of a clicky thing.
Yeah, it is. It can be. The ones that's really good at it, I've found, is most of them that you don't even know it. The ones that seems to be real knowledgeable, the ones that brag about it, I'm not so impressed with some of the information they put out.
Well, that's the thing. I've noticed. I've met some quote master EAS master beekeepers, and they couldn't keep a hive alive if they tried. And I know some of them. They could. They can't keep. They can't. They don't.
Well, I might
When it
qualify.
comes to really hands-on beekeeping, they're lousy. When
Yeah.
it comes to being book smart or whatever, or they. That's what thing about EAS master beekeeper. If you want to get up and do a bunch of PowerPoint presentations and get paid and all that, it's a teaching credential. It's all it really is. And I've kind of lost my not faith, I guess you call it. I don't look upon them as being better than me a lot of times, for the most part. Now, like Kent Williams, he's the A master. I like him because I was down in 2019 at the honey show in Knoxville, and some lady was in the grafting class with us that he was teaching, and she said, "Well, you're a master beekeeper." And his response to her was, he said, "Lady," she said, "that was just one day that I knew the answers to 4 different, or at that time, I think 3 different tests. That was it." And I'm like, very good. I said, I like your attitude.
He's a humble guy. You won't meet a guy that's more humble and gracious than him than he is. And actually, anybody that wants to see him in person can come next Tuesday to our Eastern Missouri Beekeepers Association monthly meeting. It'll be Tuesday, this next coming Tuesday, and they can go onto the website. If anybody wants to see him come in town or what have you, he's going to be live and present. So we're going to be excited to have him. JW, unfortunately, it sounds like he's going to be down south. So.
Oh, you're talking about him coming to your club. See, he puts on that one at his shop. I thought it was in April. That's the reason I said.
Oh, yeah.
Already?
Yeah, I think you're right, JW. I was talking specifically about him coming to St. Louis.
Oh, pardon me, I misunderstood you. I thought you was talking about the one he has there at his place. He has.
Oh no, I think you're right.
The one in April at his Kent Williams School in April is Thursday the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th.
Remind me of that 12 more times between now and then, so I don't forget to be there.
Are you going to go, JW?
I plan on it if I'm still kicking.
Yeah. Now, are there hotels out there, or what do you do? Pull a camper out there? How does that work?
I've got a slide-in camper and a dually pickup. So what I go down there with.
Shoot, you got an extra bedroom in there?
Well, you can sleep on top.
On top of the camper or on top of you?
Or in the floor, you're not sleeping with me.
Well, I'm thankful that you said that because it definitely was not going to happen.
I knew that was coming somehow.
I think. Well, Kent told me about that years ago that they were having his thing at his farm, and he said as far as like a motel or whatever, it's a good half an hour, 45 minutes away.
Yeah.
But he said if you got a camper or something, that's the best way to.
That is the best way, but it's not that far from civilization. I'm going to say, Paducah can't be that far from him, and down there actually where Mark Miller lives, there, Union City. I don't know what to sell. Union City ain't the biggest town in the world, but there's some motels down through there. What's the town that what was the town that got wiped out by the Mayfield there south of Paducah? Got wiped out by the tornado. If I can get my tongue untangled.
Was that last year or the year before?
Year before last, yes.
Okay.
So he's right there in that area where Kent Williams is, if I understand correctly.
Welcome, Brian.
Thanks, Charlie. How's it going?
All right.
Oh,
Nice.
we needed your expertise in here earlier. They was listening to me, and that's a big mistake.
Well, I figured I'd jump into the master beekeeping conversation. As an educator, I gotta be pro education, and I bet every program's different, and I bet everybody has different things that they get out of the programs. I'm in the master beekeeping program here in Colorado. It's got an apprentice, a journeyman, and a master level, and it's a new program, so it's kind of been building up. So there are actually only 2 people that have graduated through the entire program. Right now, there's 7 people at the master level working on their final projects. So I tested out of the apprentice portion and went into the journeyman's portion, which consists of monthly meetings where you have really good speakers, like world-class speakers, good conversations, and then there are a series of study guides. You had to choose like 12 of 16. I'm not sure if that number is right, but like 2/3 basically of the ones that are offered you had to complete, and then you have the choice of creating your own study guide. So I made my own study guide and got points for that. Mine was on products of the hive, so that was something I felt like a pretty good expert in. Felt like it was a gap in what the guided studies had there, and the guided studies aren't great. Some of the questions aren't great, but it's also about what you put into it. I knew all about Bill Hesback and the condensing hive years ago because of the overwintering guided study that I had to do. That changed how I managed my hives because of that assignment that I had to do for my master beekeeping program. I knew all about Bob Binney's all about honey and the closer look, that bee culture article that he refers to frequently in any of his talks about honey, because I had done that honey guided study and had used his article as a primary resource to answer many of the questions. The other thing that was great about it is we ended up getting a support group together. So that was the hardest thing for me, was kind of like getting motivated. I work well with deadlines, and there were no kind of deadlines. So as I joined a support group with 3 other people who I respect really well as beekeepers and researchers. So we would pick a date. It was Friday that we had to hand in all of our guided studies in, and we would do someone made a shared Google folder. We would put all of our guided studies into that folder. We would spend the weekend giving each other comments on the other answers that people gave. And then Monday night, we'd do a Zoom like this where we talk about the guided studies. And what was great about that is one of the girls in my group works at Lockheed Martin here in Colorado. So a very scientific minded engineer person, not as experienced with beekeeping as some of the other people in the group, but a totally different perspective. Watching her do research, it was really cool because I would have what I thought were pretty comprehensive pieces of references that I would use to answer these questions. And then I'd look at where she got her answers from. Totally different resources. So oftentimes after our conversations, I'd find myself going to check out more references that I hadn't found, and that would help me kind of deepen my knowledge on that topic too. It's just like any school. What you get out of it is what you put into it, right? I taught for 20 years at what was a non-grading school. I spent my entire education watching people care about grades, not care about what they learned, but care about grades. I'd watch college kids go up and argue with their professor about 2 points. And I'm sitting there at a table thinking, well, what did you learn through this assignment? And that's what I try to look at every educational kind of endeavor with, is what can I get? How can it help me grow as a beekeeper, as a learner, as a human being? So all my master beekeeping projects are targeted in places where I want to get better personally, where my community, I think, could get better, because there's a pretty big community component, or if there's a gap in my knowledge. So I have a couple of different kind of focus areas where I want to really become an expert in, and really help that drive me in my future as a beekeeper. That's important to me. I want to get better every single day, and I want to learn more skills every single day. That doesn't mean I'm going to use them, but I feel like if I have this giant packed tool bag full of skills, I can pull out the right tool when I need it. I can lend someone the right tool in my knowledge when they need it as well. So as a teacher, I'm a huge proponent of education, and education comes in all forms. It comes in this form, it comes in book form, it comes in formal program form. And for me, when I learn the most, it's when I do multiple forms, not just one, or not just listening to one voice, listening to and taking in information from a variety of different places.
That's a well-rounded experience then.
That's what I'm going for. And Tom, a great example of that is Warre hives. Right? In my first 8 years of being a beekeeper, I could care less about the Warre hive. And then I did the alternative hives guided study, and you had to learn about all these different types of hives. And I read the Warre's, his book, Beekeeping for All, or whatever it was, and it explained the entire Warre procedure. And it made me go, well, I don't think I'm ever going to do that. But now I understand it, and it's pretty cool. And if I get a call and I go to someone's house and they have a Warre hive, I'm going to be equipped with how to help that beekeeper who might not have experience with beekeeping, but has a Warre hive and is asking me for help.
Yeah. I think generally speaking, as us being human about things, if there's something that we don't know about, when you hear beekeepers talk about, well, hey, what's the best way to do this, that, and the other, or what's the best hive to get, you'll hear somebody promote what it is that they use, because generally that's what they know, right? Yep. Whereas you're saying, and I think this is great advice, learn about all of them, so that maybe you're going to gravitate back toward the one that you are already using, or the one that you are favoring, but at least you can understand how to combat whatever situation that is, or whatever type of hive setup that might be, right? Yeah. So I think that definitely will help create a well-rounded experience. And, kind of jumping back a little bit, when you had mentioned something about the students were more concerned about grades, my feeling on that is we have provoked that sort of reaction as the way we educate in this country. Now, I've never had any education outside of this country, but the very, very few things that I know about it is other countries don't quite work off the grading system like that, whereas we teach a curriculum. Okay, this is what you're learning in this grade, in this class. And regardless of where your skill level is at in that particular class, you learn that material. Whereas some people might be completely bored with that because they're way above it. But no, because you're in this age group, you're in this bracket, you have to test through this in order for us to move you on, and to say, okay, you're not qualified in this area. Let's move you to the next portion of our program that we've set up, right? And generally speaking, most of these people that are setting up these educational programs are not teachers themselves, right?
That's right.
Which is so backwards. Why? It's like, it's like me going to you, Brian, and maybe you've never been a mechanic before. You don't know how to work on any cars, and saying, Brian, I need you to give me some advice on how to work in this car. And you're like, oh, well, here, let me do that. I mean, it makes no sense, right?
Yep.
So,
that's a perfect example, because I know squat about cars.
I mean, I don't want to jump on a soapbox here or anything like that, but I agree with a lot of what you are saying. You're worried about grades particular, right? Because that's how we have conditioned people to think about, if you get an A on something, you're really good at it.
You're an A student.
Yeah. That just means that you retain the information that you had learned there. That's all that really means. That doesn't mean that you're qualified to do whatever you specifically learned, right?
You know how to use it.
That's right. Practical application.
And Charlie's absolutely right. As the further you go up in education, the snootier people are about their educational experiences, and that's
Sure.
no different in the beekeeping world. That's true in
Definitely.
every educational world. And you can choose to engage in it or not. The difference in culture between the NABI conference and ABF really brought that to light. ABF was really cliquey, and
Yeah.
there were the university cliques, and you could tell it was like they were there to do their own thing and not interact necessarily with everybody, and that's a huge generalization.
Yeah.
So obviously there's exceptions to that, but looking at the feel of the vibe of the event, you could tell that was the way it was a whole lot more than NABI, right? Where if someone who was a university researcher at NABI or a master beekeeper, for the most part, again, a generalization,
Yeah.
was happy to talk to anybody about anything.
That's interesting you said that, and I'm actually kind of glad that you were able to experience both of those, educational sources.
Yeah.
But you're not the only person that I've heard say almost verbatim the words that came out of your mouth, as far as what the conferences felt like, right?
Yeah.
And again, generalization. We're not, it's not everybody wasn't the same way. Generalization.
However, I've scored better on my test than Tom has. Just so.
But when it comes to going through the hives, I'm much better at the practical application part. So,
no comment.
No, Brian, let's go. Let's keep this thing going. This is really good stuff here. This is great content.
I think women are smarter than men. That's the reason.
Say that again, JW.
I said I think women are smarter than men. That's the reason.
Well, I don't disagree with you. They're a little faster at things.
You're doing the lifting, aren't you? She told me that, so she's got to be smarter than you.
Hey, you needed somebody around that wasn't as smart as her, right? And I'm the guy.
You said that, I didn't.
Not all muscles are dumb.
Yeah.
When you were down there, Brian, Sybil, when you was in with the our inspector up here that you watch on Zoom.
Yeah.
Marilyn, she was down there at that conference, and the inspectors.
Yeah, they have their own little meeting. They meet and they go over everything. They're supposed to push it back to their states. But yeah, there's like sub conferences, and that's one of them. Like the state apiarists have their sub conferences. And then there's like the ABRA, which is I don't know what it's like, professional researchers. So on the floor above where everything else was, there was little mini breakouts where like PhD students were doing like 10-minute presentation breakouts, and you were not welcome to go to that part. That part wasn't advertised. It wasn't like, yes, you can be there for sure. It was like, what's this other thing on the top floor? And if you talk to enough people, you can figure out how to get into it, right? But it wasn't for everybody.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I went to my Maryland State meeting where Heshbeck was there, Bill was, and there was one of the guys. He works at the Maryland Bee Lab, and he was, I think, at that one of those meetings. And I told him, I said, yeah, I got a friend was down there. He said, you guys are a bunch of clicky bunch down there at that place. Oh, I don't think so. I said, well, it sounded
like dropping my name when you say that, though.
And I said,
trying to get into that club.
He said, and I said, my buddy says about 20 minutes you could see all you wanted to see when it came to the vendors was a little bit of nothing, And he said, well, this is more commercial, and the commercial guys fly in and attend, and they're not going to pick their stuff up there like like we do. They're going to tell them to ship it to their commercial outfit.
And that's why they had only 450 people there, right? Because are they really attending to all of the beekeeping community, or are they focusing on one in particular?
One in particular.
Right?
ABF is
and you had how many vendors? Maybe 6, 7 vendors, maybe?
No, there was more than that, but like it wasn't even worth, compared to the other one, it wasn't even worth it. And Melissa, you're sort of right. I want to get one foot in that door, but just
Well,
a
yeah.
foot, just a foot.
Yeah.
I want that door
We're gonna
open.
just be able to peek behind the curtain, right?
That's right. And
Well,
you know,
listen, Brian, when you get up to that upper echelon, would you remember us common folk down here?
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Do
Do
you have a plane? That's what it's going to come down to.
That's JW.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, JW's in already.
Yeah.
See,
But-
hey, see what we
All
did there,
jokes
JW?
aside, though, ABF is geared more towards the commercial, operators and the small time, even sideliners or small commercial, where they're, it's not as bad. It's not as bad for the big me, little you guys. They're not that as bad anymore as they were, 15 or 20 years ago, people.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I got a lot out of ABF. Like
Yeah.
I went into both conferences knowing that I had goals for this year, and there were people I wanted to connect with to start making
Sure.
those goals happen with those connections, and I made that happen at both NABI and ABF. So I felt like it was a successful conference here. I'll tell you one thing that was way better about ABF: the city it was in. We were right on the edge of the French Quarter. So anytime I had time off, I was just exploring New Orleans French Quarter. Where did I go in Louisville? Charlie, where did I go?
Bourbon Street, I guess.
Look, no, in Louisville. Where did I go?
Oh, in Louisville, yeah, over to Cracker Barrel. That was
The
it.
Cracker Barrel. That's right.
That's the
French
other. I mean, there
Quarter,
was no restaurant
Cracker
row
Barrel.
in Louisville. That's for
No,
sure.
we actually found a really good was it
It's a Cuban.
a Cuban restaurant in Louisville,
Wow.
like in this I guess in the city.
You had to go downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
I'm
really
going
good.
out to eat with you guys next year.
Definitely.
All right.
Hey, we're gonna go to this place.
So how many bees did you bring home?
What?
How many bees did he bring home from Bourbon Street?
If y'all come to Louisville
I
this
don't get
fall and they have it in Louisville and I'm there, you'll have to follow me around. I showed cattle down there for about 25 years or so I know ever eating joint in that part of the country.
I bet you know every steakhouse
And there
down there
are some
too.
good ones. And there are
I didn't have a bad meal in New Orleans. You know,
Yeah.
it was awesome. And I'm not a foodie, but I know good food from bad food, right? And I didn't have a bad meal there. It was great.
That's our big
Brian,
thing.
did you happen to
They
run
can go
across
anywhere.
Charles Linder down there? He's an officer in the ABF Association.
He might have been there. Yeah, I think he was there.
He's down the road from me about 30 miles. He runs about 5,000 hives, I think.
Yeah, he wrote a bunch of articles for
Yeah, he writes for American Bee
ABF,
Journal and all
ABJ.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked his because he was trying to show the backyard beekeeper what it was like to be a commercial beekeeper
Well,
in those articles.
that's his kind of his forte, and he's an ex engineer for Case IH for combines, and retired, went into the bee business, and he approaches it from a strictly a money standpoint, which I don't really have a use for because I don't do anything in beekeeping that makes money. So
Well, of course not. You give everything away.
I do most of it, believe it or not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I talked to Lloyd, and he goes out there to the what's it called, the American Honey Packers Association, which is definitely commercial only.
Yeah.
And he said, "Go to that, go to that." And I said, "Well, what do you talk about?" And then I'll say, "Well, we're talking about like all the politics and fighting against Chinese honey and all this." I said, "That's not interesting to me at all. I mean, I'm glad you're all doing it, but that's not my thing." So I don't know. I'll keep going to the expo.
I really enjoy volunteering in clubs. I've been volunteering in local clubs for a number of years now. I'm an advisor in the state club. But let me tell you, what I hate about it is dealing with all of the, not national politics, Charlie, but the local politics amongst the beekeepers. I kind of walked into a group with our state that's kind of, it's not necessarily pleasant, right? So I don't want to go into details, but I'm walking into
come on now.
I'm walking into personality conflicts and sore feelings, and I feel a little stuck in the middle because I have respect for both sides, kind of thing. And it's just I want to teach bees and I want to plan beekeeping. I don't want to I don't want to coddle someone's ego or
Yeah.
go back and fact check what someone said because the other person called them a liar or crap like that. That's the crap I don't want to deal with. I just
Now, are
want,
these like clubs talking about each other club type of thing, or are these just beekeepers?
right now I'm talking about people in either currently in leadership positions or previously in leadership positions who have come into conflict with those other people in leadership positions. You know,
Yeah,
egos and power and
yeah.
all that.
What I'm getting at
stupid
is it like at the state level, these people are
Yes.
clashing?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
it's the advisors and ex-advisors and program directors and ex-program directors, that kind of thing.
The
Yeah.
best thing to do was when it turns to a sort of a what's the word I'm looking for there? A
I don't know if it's not
gossip sort of material. You
Yep.
turn around and walk away.
Yeah.
Then people will understand very quick, you know, in a nice way, right? Then people will understand you're not the guy.
There's currently a whole there's an email chain going on like that right now, and I'm just not engaging in it at all. So it's a version of walking away for
That's
sure.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not replying is a reply.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know that you're on the state, I guess, organization.
I'm an advisor for the state association, and I actually just got named the lead for the sustainability program. So I'm the guy who's going to plan the sustainability program for the state of Colorado, and I'm super excited about that.
Now there is sustainability. How would that state?
However, I decide it, Charlie. It's totally up to me.
You're not getting what my question is. You're at the state level. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not your sustainability, and you're just in your own apiary.
Right.
You're trying to sustain what within the state.
We're trying to teach the idea, the concept of sustainability to other beekeepers. So that could be in the form of going out and doing a presentation to a local club. It could be in the form of going to their apiary and doing a hands-on demonstration. It could be in the form of creating a YouTube channel and doing videos like this where we have conversations or interviews with other people that are experts in sustainability, that kind of thing. So sustainability is such a nebulous word.
Mm-hmm.
It can mean many different things to many different people. As the lead, I get to determine what direction we're going to take as far as trying to create sustainability here in Colorado. And part of that's going to be around VSH and UBO and genetic selection. And that's what my master beekeeping project is on. So it fits right into that. So I kind of have a couple of ideas. I have a couple of people who reached out to me that want to be in the committee that are really solid beekeepers. One of them was the ex-president of our state, who was a little intimidated by hearing that she wanted to be a part of it. But when I had a conversation with her the other day, she actually provided a really cool and very different perspective on what sustainability can mean to the beekeeper. For me, I kind of had this narrow kind of tunnel vision. This isn't single brood chamber. This is tunnel vision, Charlie. Tunnel vision of sustainability in the bee yard, right? That Michael Palmer sustainability, the sustainable apiary. Mm-hmm. But she talked about, because I called her up and I'm like, what does sustainability mean to you? Why were you interested in participating in this committee? And she talked about sustainability from a beekeeping businesses perspective, right? What responsibilities do you have? What are you putting in the landfill? What are you giving back to the community? She does a lot of like 1% goes to here, 1% goes to there, that kind of thing. So how do you run a business that has sustainable practices, not just an apiary that has sustainable practices? And I really appreciated it because I didn't think about it that way at all. And that is a form of sustainability, and that kind of pushed my thinking a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's more of it sounds like to me, her way of thinking is more of a environmental sustainability.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I didn't think of that at all. And I thought that was a really cool, different way of thinking about sustainability. Because I can talk about how to make nukes and splits for next year. Raise your queens now for next year, everybody. I can do that all day long. But that was something I didn't think of very well. And she's really big.
Do you find in I know that you have multiple clubs in your area.
Yeah.
Just the idea of having insurance hives or resource hives, is that a new concept for those people out there?
There are different clubs that are in different places of readiness for these kind of ideas, Charlie. My closest club is the Jeffco Club. That's where I'm teaching at tomorrow. They actually got a bunch of people together and ordered a bunch of Corey Stevens virgins last year. So they've already been talking about how to introduce virgins. The lady in that club who was running it up she's already ordered a UBO kit. So there are certain clubs that are farther along that path than others. And it's going to be our job to try to reach out to each club and try to meet them where they're at and try to give them services that'll push them forward wherever they're at.
Yeah.
But there'll be some ready to make splits and get Virgin Queens on Saturday. There's a couple that'll be ready to do that.
Right.
And there's a couple that won't. So that's not what we'll do with those. So I'm excited about that. I'm a little bit nervous about the leadership aspect of it.
Well, I think that like this UBO test, and I watched one of the president. I mean, you also were at that Michigan internet club that I belong to.
Yep.
Also,
SBGMI.
And I can't remember the initials yet.
Took me a while.
And well, what I'm starting, I mean, I don't know much. I've listened to what at UBO, and she talked about some overlapping parameters of that test that could possibly be. Number one, most people don't have liquid nitrogen in their back door.
Right.
So this kind of gets over that hurdle.
Yep.
For testing. But like you were talking about the VHS, I think we're transitioning, like we were saying in your area, trying to get all your clubs to promote the VHS, and also, like Bob Walker talked about, is, I don't know whether they have this or not, but a standardization of, like, this is what a VHS queen must, this is the parameters it must obtain in order to be considered VHS. And I think we're in just the beginnings of that right now because of that. And then this test kind of makes it a little more easier for the average guy like us to be able to go to that level of queen rearing.
Do you know how to do the Harbo assay, Charlie?
Never done it. I know you pick out the darn bugs and you count 100 of them and all that.
So
stuff.
basically you're quantifying based on mites within the cells, and you're looking at different mites within the cells. You know, there's a certain percentage of mites that are naturally non-reproductive that you can find in cells, and part of your job is to distinguish between the reproductive and the non-reproductive mites. So the Harbo test is a way to get a score to evaluate your VSH 4, 3, 2, 1. It's not hard. I would say it's tedious, and it requires probably some vision help, some sort of something to make stuff look bigger. I'll probably use my cell phone as I'll hook it up, and so I can look into my cell phone as I'm opening up each cell.
But now just what you explained there, I look at that and say, okay, there's no education out there on how to do that at the backyard beekeeper level.
Probably.
You don't hear, oh, we got a class coming. You don't hear it at all. What I'm getting at is it's just starting.
Yes.
And in the next 10 years, it might be, as much as we talk about varroa mites, now we're talking about, oh, I'm doing Harbo, or I'm doing the other thing.
Or it could be a fad. In 10 years, or it could be a fad. In 10 years, it could be gone because we would have found a better solution.
Honestly, I would know nothing about the Harbo assay without seeing Corey's videos, talking, actually knowing Corey and being able to talk to him in depth about it and about how to do it. Like, I would have no idea how to do Harbo otherwise.
Yeah.
While you're talking about it, why don't you explain what it's for? So in case somebody's watching it doesn't know.
Sure, Spanky, that's a great idea. And I'll even add some places you can go and find more information. John Harbaugh has a website, Harbaugh Bee Company, explains exactly how to do it there. The SBGMI has a video. I think you have to know it's public on YouTube, which is an interview by John Harbaugh explaining the history of it, how they came about it. He doesn't go into super detail about how to do it, but he's not on very many YouTube recordings. So that's one that I go back to over and over to do that. It's either on Duck. It's probably Nathan on Duck Rivers' channel where he went to quarries and has a couple of videos of them actually doing it there. I think James Lee has a couple on his website too. James Lee is kind of the head of the SBGMI organization. So those are resources you can go to. Those are places I've gone to learn about it that aren't the university publications. They're a little bit more digestible. And at first, Melissa, I was going to say no, that they are accessible to new beekeepers in all those formats. But the fact is, it's not really an idea for a new beekeeper because it's got so much language, so much background knowledge that you have to build before you can get
well that's
there.
the other thing is it took me a long time to even figure out because the Harbaugh assay used to be called or VHS VSH used to be called something else too,
suppressed mite reproduction, SMR.
And so they were using a lot of those acronyms and just the letters, and so it took a really long time for me to figure like what are they talking about, and honestly, if we didn't have Corey to talk to as often, like I probably would have still be kind of confused about some of this stuff because there's not a whole lot of information out there that's not over sciencey. So
that's right.
speak. You know what I mean?
It's very university level, all the stuff that's accessible. And all this started, I believe it was the Baton Rouge lab. I think some of it was going in Mississippi State with finding the VSH genetics. Basically, you're looking for hygienic behavior where the bees are uncapping and removing mites in the pupal cells. And at first, Harbaugh and Harris called it SMR because they didn't know exactly what was happening. Right. They just knew it led to suppressed mite reproduction, SMR. And then through conversations with Marla Spivak up in Minnesota, she kind of said, this is what I think they're doing. And because of that, it came out that they redefined it as Varroa sensitive hygiene. So when pupa are demonstrating stress under the capped cells, they give off, Spanky, some sort of alarm pheromone.
Yeah, I know.
Those VSH. I'm just talking to you because you asked the question. So I'm just answering it for you and everybody. So
like
basically,
a stress pheromone.
That's right. And basically, all bees have this trait where they'll notice it and do something about it. How much of it they have, that's that varying scale. So they're looking for bees who are high in that, who will take out any sort of sick bees, which isn't kind of isolated to bees that have mite pressure. They show that it works. They're doing it when there's other disease pressures as well to take out those brood with the mites, breaking that brood cycle, which I don't want to say controls your mite population, but helps to manage your mite population based on how well they do it. Original forms of VSH were, VSH. Yeah, that's right. You got me thinking it's VHS again. Were so heavy in uncapping that a lot of commercial people were like, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to produce anything for us, which kind of led to the poll line. Poll stands for pollination, where they were trying to integrate these VSH behaviors into bees that were great for beekeepers that had to do commercial pollination. So bees that would brood up early in the year, get ready for that transport to California to be ready for almond pollination. Spanky, for an introduction for all those out there, is there anything else you think I should hit?
I mean, I was going to ask, and this relates back to what Charlie mentioned with Bob.
Yeah.
Whenever somebody says VHS, what comes to your mind?
VCR.
Yeah.
You know, I'm talking, you know, somebody says, I've got VHS bees. What do you think they mean?
Depends on who says it.
Yeah.
Isn't that something that you might go, oh, maybe that's an issue. If you have to
I
go,
think,
it depends on who said it.
you know, a lot of times it's a buzzword, Spanky, like organic. You know, you can throw a word like organic around. I think a lot of people throw a word like VSH around.
That's
So
what
I-
Varroa
Charlie
sensitive
was
I
hygiene.
think it's important to know, like, if you're getting a VSH queen, to know who you're getting it from and what their process is, that they're calling it, because there's not like there's a certification,
That's
right?
right.
That this is a VSH queen. Like, I know Corey, I know the research that he does, I know the lengths that he goes to and the testing that he does to make sure he only has these hygienic queens. So it's really knowing who is doing this, and I don't know, can they show testing that shows that they have this high resistance, which
Well, I think
know
that's where
he
Bob
does.
Walker was complaining, like to Corey up here in Canada. It's like Brian says, it's more of a buzzword. I got VHS, and this one's got VHS, and that one's got VHS. Well, what parameters does your bees, what's the parameters that certify that your bee is a VHS queen?
Yep.
Now with Corey's not a bee breeder, or he's a breeder more so than a bee, a queen. He's heavily in the science into that queen breeding, and he does the test and he does all this kind of stuff. Now, when you get everybody down in Georgia that's a bee supplier that gets to that level in their queen breeding, or rearing, queen rearer, like me, I'm a queen rearer. Corey's a queen breeder. He's up here at that EAS level of doing all them scientific tests and knowing exactly what's going on in his thing. And if you get the production guy down in Georgia at that level where they're producing and testing, then you're going to see this change in our bee world across the country. Where
Well, I think one thing that might actually narrow those lines a little bit, and like you're all saying, that the VSH, that's a kind of it's being thrown out as a buzzword where most people think they have an idea of what that means exactly, but there are no standards to measure that by, right? Like there is no clear cut. In order to be called a VSH line, to have this special trait set within the honeybee to be able to call it this, you have to have these certain parameters in place, or standards rather, these certain standards in place to do that. Now, I think one thing that may help to narrow those lines a little bit will be the UBO testing. Now, this is potential. I'm kind of going out on a limb here by myself, but and this is still pretty new in the game, right? As far as going out on a broad scale, there's been a lot of people that have been for the last couple of years researching this. I know there's been they put this out there to some commercial guys that have been seen how the application works in their world. But potentially, if you have this test, the UBO test, which is the unhealthy brood odor, right? Now that's going to determine, like Brian said, not only if there's a Varroa mite that are inside the cell causing stress, but it's also going to determine too any illness and or disease that might be present inside there, because again, that's going to help this. That's going to cause these pupae to throw off an alarm, or that type of a pheromone that of bees, or that pupae being stressed. So if you actually have an actual measurement that they can go off of, and maybe this UBO testing could be sort of that. They have different levels of scoring all the way up till 4. A 4 would be a really good score, meaning that the hygienic behavior of that queen, particularly because all her offspring are going to have that same behavior, right? So now you can test that and say, okay, tangibly, this hive scores a 3 or a 4, on this scale. So now you have some sort of a measurement here. So, potentially, I don't know what that would look like in time. Maybe they'll use that, but maybe they'll also come up with another form of measurement that, they can use for some type of behavior that helps to call some type of disease and or pest, not just the varroa mite. Another one that's on the horizon that we probably need to really start thinking about is that tropolabs. That's not here yet, but it just seems to me that anytime something starts on the other side of the world, it ends up here because you have all that interwoven commerce, between all these different continents, and that stuff tends to make its way to a continent over time. So those are sort of the things that we can think about. Again, too, maybe this will be a unit of measure that we can use to, okay, if you're going to call it a VSH queen, they have to be able to score at least this score on there. Otherwise, they don't qualify. So, just throwing that information out there, too.
So Shane had just commented, I didn't think UBO had anything to do with mites, but with hygienic behavior alone. So that's just the thing. Why don't you want mites in your colony? Because they make your bees sick. Because they transfer disease, infection, whatever. So that makes your bees sick. So they're gonna the larvae, the pupa, whatever you want to call them, are gonna give off that unhealthy brood odor. So it kind of does both at the same time, right?
But like you were talking about the standardizations, what organization needs to set that standard?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
The power. That's what I was getting at with Brian. What kind of power do you have in terms of sustainability that you can put in? Because even if you're just doing like PowerPoints, that is still power. You're still shaping what people get in whenever they attend those. And so, like you're talking more on the that original term you used, that suppressive mite reproduction. Because technically, are they wrong if they tell you that they attack the mites? That is still technically varroa sensitive. It's still varroa sensitivity, but it's not the same as checking and pulling out because the varroa mites are making the larvae sick. So it's not necessarily that the term VHS is being used wrongly. It's a little broad.
Mm-hmm. It is.
And maybe you need to put back some of those other terms, and so that way whenever people go VHS, they go, oh, do you mean suppressive mite reproduction?
Yeah, and there is a lot of confusion in the terminology, and there are a lot of behaviors that, like, I think technically, if you ask someone in the university setting, they're going to say hygienic behavior is referring to pupa, cappings, uncappings. But logically, Spanky, those mite biters, that seems like what I would consider a hygienic behavior when I think of the word hygienic. But by definition, I think hygienic just means that idea of addressing that behavior under the cappings and all that. Yeah, it is confusing language, and that's nothing new for the world of beekeeping. Add a super to your box.
I know some people refer to hygienic as grooming each other, so the bees will go and groom each other.
Right, and I totally get why that's confusing, because that seems like hygiene, right? When I'm providing hygiene for myself, I'm cleaning myself on the outside. That's hygiene.
Absolutely.
Right? So totally get the confusion in that terminology. I'm just trying to learn it and push it forward the best I can. And don't get me wrong, I'm not an expert. I've been researching, I've been learning a lot, but I'm not an expert yet, and I hope to keep learning about it. Now, what's great about the UBO is you can kind of get a score on a colony. I don't want to say any time of the year, but a lot of times of the year. With a Harbo assay, well, let me even back up. Under any management situations, you can get a UBO score. under the Harbo assay, you have to back off of your mite treatments. You can't treat your colonies.
Right.
And then 3 weeks later, test and see how many mites there are,
Yeah.
and then assume that that's correlated to some sort of hygienic behavior. So to get a true UBO assay, you have to allow your bees to experience the mite pressure through not treating, through like the length of at least a season. And a lot of times they say like overwintering and then even going into the further season. So UBO is definitely more expensive in money. It's less expensive in time than doing the Harbo assay, but it is better in the sense that you have a whole lot more options of where in the year you can get that score. Now I can get a breeder queen, and I can test that breeder queen after a certain amount of her laying, because you need that queen to have laid eggs. Those bees need to have emerged. Those bees need to age to the point where they're old enough to start expressing that VSH behavior. So they basically say 6 to 7 weeks after that queen starts laying, you can do a UBO test to get a score. Now, if I had a queen and she got a 4 on the UBO test, I would pick her to breed off of. And I would say, as I was selling those queens, that these queens came off of a 4 score on the UBO scale. Would I call them a VSH queen? Probably not. And here's one of the reasons why not, Spanky. I don't have great drone saturation. I don't have the years putting into that where I can rely on an open mated system to feel like I'm going to get consistently good scores in the daughters of that breeder queen that has a 4. All those daughters are going to go out and mate with whoever.
Well, that's
right?
if you're selling mated queens. If you're selling virgins,
That's a different story. That's up to them. So I can say this is a daughter of a 4 VSH queen, and that solves one problem, but it creates another problem in the introduction of a virgin to a new colony. But let me tell you, people like Corey have been changing the culture in beekeeping. And like I said, that one club, they already knew how to introduce virgins because they were watching all the same things I was watching. They saw all this, and they heard all the instructions from Corey Stevens on how to introduce a virgin into a queenless colony. So they're there, they're ready. So I can see in a couple of years when I'm able to, like this year, my plan with my project is to test a whole bunch of different colonies out there from other beekeepers like me that might have been pulling in good genetics and clubs. And I'm going to be teaching the UBO assay in the spring. And any of those rock star scores we're going to be going back to in the fall and doing the Harbo tests on, with the goal of finding those gems in our community. And then next year, if we can find a couple, hopefully I'll get people like me that are just as crazy and want to start breeding and want to start finding these. And then we can get a couple different people who are raising queen cells. And I can call up the club and say, I'm going to have queen cells on this date. Get your people ready to have their splits done the week prior so they can drop that queen cell in this day that I'm going to have those queen cells ready. That's kind of my vision for what I want to do here. But I don't have mating yards around my yards to flood with drones. I don't have that kind of situation. I don't have the years of building up that genetics over and over again where I can feel really confident that I've got a system where I am consistently providing a really good scoring queen out there. This is just year one. And I'm just in the planning phases of it. So we'll see how it goes. But the thing is, there's other people out there doing this exact same thing. This is one of the things I learned in my winter research. There's lots of other little tiny queen breeding programs out there that are kind of clustered together, and they're sharing genetics and sharing resources and that kind of stuff. It's just the kind of thing you don't necessarily see if you're not looking for it.
Yeah,
but they're out there for sure.
Well, and people are kind of talking about building it from the bottom up, not the top down, meaning it's not going from the queen producers down. It's going from the smaller guys, like
or even the university down, right?
Right. That's right.
So
exactly.
Two things. So that's one of the things, like what you're talking about, doing the UBO in the spring, doing the Harbo in the fall. That's one of the things that Corey did last year.
Mm-hmm.
And was it Kara Wagner? Is she the one that
she
came
was
out
there?
and did it?
Yeah.
She said that his queens were like the highest testing queens. The correlation between the UBO and the Harbo, that they tested high on both of those scales. So I mean, Corey is doing that work too, doing that research with these people, because they want to make those correlations. And one of the other things that Corey had said to us is he is talking to queen breeders to get them to start carrying his queen so that we can, not we, because I'm not part of it, but so they can start getting those genetics out there to the to the masses, I guess, depending on what.
Well, see, that's that's what I'm saying. Is like
what
talking about and all that is that, this is the next step above. Like Corey, he's been at it for, what is it, 10 years trying to develop all this stuff, where he hasn't treated. And like you were talking about the Harbo, and you're letting it mite pressure go up. Well, that's a science experiment. And you really got to know your stuff about doing something like that. That's not your average backyard beekeeper is going to do that. And I think what Corey's doing, where, like you say, getting the breeder queens into the hands of the commercial breeder, and if they can set up, like I say, the testing and get better at that level, and then flood the market with this,
well, and it's
the bar's
definitely
been
like getting
raised.
the breeder queens to the breeders, right? Because the you kind of have to flood the area with the drones too from those breeder queens, right? So it could take a couple years or so before you really get the saturation of those genetics in those areas for
your AI
the breeder, and you graft off the breeder, and her graft, her daughters have to go out and mate. Right. So you really need to get the drone saturation out there.
And I don't think there's a magic number in that, because like we could have an easier time doing that than what Brian might, because Brian's talking about where he's at. There is so much that is uncontrolled there because of the amount of people keeping bees in that. You're kind of in a semi-metro area, is that right? The way I understand it?
Full metro area.
Yeah. So potentially, how many houses or how many properties or buildings that have hives on the top of them? It isn't like you've got a bunch of woods or trees around you. It's a bunch of structures and such. There's so much uncontrolled environment there. So one person might have an easier time doing it than another one. You might be able to have an area where there's no other beekeepers or potentially less feral colonies in the area, where you might be able to accomplish that goal in a few years. Whereas maybe for Brian, maybe that would be, I don't know. I mean, use your imagination. Maybe that would take 10 years. I mean, I don't know that there's really a magic number that you could really put on any of that either, So.
And Tom, part of my project's purpose is the idea that I can't do it alone. I've only got 50 colonies to test, so that's a pretty small testing sample to start with.
Sure.
And then the amount of impact I can make as far as generating queens in my business model to push out to the community is limited too. So I want other people on board. I can't do it all by myself.
Definitely.
I want to build a team that can do this together, that I can walk away from and let them keep going, And I have a yard or two that are like my most isolated, right? That I feel like I have a little space around. So I'm just going to try to flood those as much as I can with my best genetics. I'm going to pull any crappy genetics out of that one. So those drones, at least my drones, aren't in that area. And that's kind of the best I can do with my situation right now. And it's okay, because that's a way better than I was doing as far as just, pulling off of my best colonies in the backyard.
You have to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, exactly.
From practical application, though, fellas, I mean, that's all good to talk about, but from a practical application, it's a matter of comparatives. Compared to me, Tom, you say, well, Brian, you're in a metropolitan area. Compared to me, Tom, you're in a metropolitan area. You know, if you understand
Sure.
what I'm saying.
I get it.
Where
Absolutely.
you're at. My operation stuff. I don't know that I've got another bee colony within 10 mile of me.
Right.
I'm not saying that I don't, but there may be one or two out there that I'm not aware of, but I'm in a rural area and I'm an ex-cattle farmer, so I got quite a bit of property around me that's old pastures.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, and of course Stevens is that way, but also on the other hand, with these virgin VSH queens, you got to the other from a practical standpoint, you got to get them bred.
Mm-hmm.
The time you get queens mated and hatched out in this area, then you're in time where I got dragonflies. You know, I've got a lot of water around me. I got dragonflies every place, and my own personal experience, if I get a 50% return on my locally raised queens, you know, to get them mated and get back alive, I'm doing pretty good. You know?
Yeah. I would say
about the metropolitan areas, you don't have the hummingbirds, you don't have the birds that feed on the bees, the barn swallows, and the things that come up here from South America that live all around me, and they're all bee eaters. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's from a practical application. Then you get guys out here talking, well, I got five virgin queens from Corey Stevens. I put it in my hives. I got them mated. Now 3 of those hives are mean. I'm not saying that they are or they aren't, but you know, talk among hobbyist beekeepers can be a fatal flaw in an operation, because you've got people that, frankly, don't know what they're talking about, and I don't mean that to be facetious.
Well, in one person's version, you know, of mean may not be my version of mean. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's
what you're up against with an operation like this, from getting out to getting the masses to accept it, because there's too many variables out there that the hobbyist beekeeper with 5 or 10 hives, and I'm one of those basically, and don't intend to get any bigger because I'm an old man, but to get the masses to accept, you know, all these so-called philosophies, or from a practical standpoint application, it's hard to do. I understand, and I appreciate the people that's doing it, but it's going to be a tough hill to climb from my point of view.
Sure.
Well, I agree with that wholeheartedly. You know, we're man trying to control something that was set forth long before we were ever here.
Yeah,
right?
but the good Lord, Mother Nature.
That's right.
It's hard to control.
Absolutely, I agree with that. And you know, we keep referencing Corey because that's one breeder that we know well. That's really focusing on that. But even Corey Stevens would tell you today, I'm not putting words in his mouth, but I'm pretty certain he would say, you know, you don't want every queen coming out there populating the entire Midwest. That's just his stock. That would be reckless. That would be horrible. You know, the VSH part, or the Varroa sensitive hygienic bee, that is a trait set within a bee. That doesn't mean it's a specific type of bee like an Italian or a Carnolian, whatever. It's a trait set within that bee that has a behavior that will help us with these problems that we're having, disease being one, and Varroa being kind of probably the first and foremost, I guess, but the two kind of would run hand in hand. So,
Spanky, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I had a question for you, JW. About how many queens are you sending out?
How many what?
How many queens are you sending out to be mated?
Probably on the average, probably 20 a year.
Okay. I was wondering if maybe if we send out more, we might get more back.
It's a matter of odds. I'm not saying yay or nay. Some years I have practically maybe a 80 and 90%, but on the average, I'm going to say if I average 50 in the area that I'm in, and with all the predatory, whether that be birds, dragonflies, killer hornets, whatever it might be in your area, if you understand what I'm saying, that predate on these virgin queens or potential mated queens. It depends on your area. Probably Brian or even Tom there in the suburb of St. Louis, so to speak, don't have as much predation, which it's a factor of area. I mean, the more predation, the more populated areas that you got, and the more sprays and so forth, and the more people, the less probably dragonflies and the birds, the barn swallows and things of that nature that in the spring, about the time it's time to mate the hatch queens in our area, the swallows move up here. And I've got rural farmers around that's got barns all over, and they nest in those barns, and the rural highlines are setting full of these birds. Well, you send the queen out there, lucky if you get 50% of them back, because they're out there flying every place around I can show you pictures in the summertime. I can send you videos of maybe 200 barn swallows, right around my acre, circling, because they know that's a food source to them.
Oh yeah.
So that is even for us varies yard to yard, because like at our house we don't see so many dragonflies, or we live in a subdivision with a manicured yard.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the good things about this
yard.
pro-life group that does it. Brian's in Colorado, the Denver area. You're in St. Louis. I'm in rural Southern Illinois. Charlie's in
he's in the bathroom.
Operators in California. Darren's in Texas. You all get together, but you got to take into consideration when you're talking these things. It's all regional. Depends on where in the world you're located as to the time.
Right. So
time of application and the type of application that you do, whatever procedure you're doing, where you're splitting hives, where you're trying to raise VSH queens, or where you're trying to get mated queens done for production, and how many colonies you got. 50 might have trouble getting anything to test with my 37 hives right now, and I don't tend to ever have, hopefully I never have over 50, at my age, but it depends on how many you got, folks.
So my point to that was, though, so like our house, we don't really have a dragonfly issue. At our other 2 yards that are 5 miles away from us,
maybe a little further,
they don't really have dragonfly issues either. But our other 2 yards that are in fields, kind of in farmland and more rural area, the dragonflies are horrendous out there. So that really dictates where we have our queen mating yards at. We're not going to put our queen mating yards at those yards out there that the dragonflies are just in the millions, I swear, this summer when you cut that grass out there. We have our mating yards out here near us where we don't have the dragonfly issue, probably aren't having the other birds and whatnot to pick off our queens when we're trying to get queens mated. So yeah, it's definitely region specific.
You got the purple martins, you got the barn swallows, you got these birds that predate on bees. They can really be a problem. People don't think about things like that, unless you have them in your area. But I have trouble getting stuff bred and back alive.
I do too.
Predation.
I got the European hornets.
Yep.
Yeah. I see Mark's in the chat. Mark, I'm gonna have to start calling you the Godfather if you're gonna start calling me the Mafia Man, because you are the Godfather in this conversation for sure. You know, way back when, I think it was Beekeeping Bro that asked what was the difference between what Corey is doing and what Randy Oliver is doing. And I'd like to address that for a second. Corey has selected a particular behavior, and like Tom said, a trait set, right? A kind of a set of behaviors to select for. He's selecting for something very, very specific. Randy Oliver is using selection pressure, but in a very different way. He's not selecting for any particular behavior. He's selecting based on mite counts. So he's doing mite counts on all of his colonies repeatedly throughout the year. And then every year they requeen everything in their apiary with the best 30 of their colonies. So every year they're picking the top 30, and everyone kind of gets bumped up to that level, or the level of where the virgins will mate right from there. And so he's not specifically selecting for any particular trait. He might be selecting unintentionally for more traits than Corey. I don't know. I don't know which one is better. I don't know if there is a better one. My guess, because we are humans trying to manipulate another species, that there are unintended consequences of both of them that we probably don't know about.
Definitely.
Right? So, and there might be positive consequences of both of them that we don't know about as well. The great thing is, though, is we have people that are obsessive, like Corey or Randy Oliver, and that's what it takes to really be dedicated to this for a long period of time. That's part of why it takes so long for this to happen in the culture, in the community, because it's so much easier to look at the day to day.
Yeah.
Let's just go out and rear queens and we can sell them to our customers tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
It's easier to think about next week as opposed to next year, as opposed to the next decade. And it's a tough, from a business standpoint, it's a tough model to make work economically.
Yeah.
Make money at, sure.
That's
Most
right.
people are for the money. Don't misunderstand me, Brian. I'm 100% in favor of the.
And I'm not saying everyone should be able, I'm not saying everyone should go out and buy a Harbo, learn how to do the Harbo test, go buy the UBO test. Like,
well,
I'm never.
People can't afford to. Just, got a few honeybees around.
Right. But at least educating yourself about what it is. So if you can go into your colony and notice what uncapping behavior is, that can be a part of it. Or it could be at least supporting one of those people that do have that obsession in them. Buying a virgin queen from someone like Corey Stevens helps someone like Corey Stevens be self-sufficient in his business model. So it is possible. I'm never going to do artificial insemination. I don't have the skill set. I'm too shaky. I know that's never going to happen for me. But I can buy a breeder queen and be the next guy down, and be the next guy down on that level who can create a system that can create really good queens off of that breeder queen. And that's my long-term goal. I'm 51. I've had 4 or 5 different surgeries on my neck and back in my life already. I'm not going to be able to haul honey around for a whole lot longer. I'm looking for a way.
Sorry.
Brian.
30 years.
I'll send them your way.
Well, I want to be that old guy sitting on a box, raising queens on my 5 acres as I retire. That's what I want to turn into. So I'm not just trying to help my community. I'm trying to build a new skill set for when I can't do what I'm doing now, I can replace it with something else.
Well, it's like I said, I was just playing devil's advocate as to some
Love
of
it.
the
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
I often play that role, JW, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, you were just taking over Brian's spot.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to do, though. It really is, and that's what creates this type of conversation, though. Too, we can't just all sit around and pat each other on the back and say how good we're doing and how cool we are and how good looking we are. We need to, challenge ourselves in certain ways and ask the tough questions, because at the end of the day, if we don't, we're not doing any of ourselves any favors, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, people, I'm going to take my shotgun in the morning and I'm going to head out queen hunting. So I'm going to check out of here and see
Good
if I
seeing
can
you.
Yeah, have a good night, JW.
with a queen or two.
Sure.
Hey, just remember when you're driving down Georgia, don't go too fast because they'll pull you over. Wait till you get down to Florida on the turnpike, then you can do 100. All right.
Well, good luck. I'll be calling you for bail money.
All right. Hey, listen. Leave the keys at the plane. I'll come down and pick you up.
JW, he doesn't have any bail money. He bought too much from John Hill at the conference.
Okay.
Tell her
See
all the
y'all.
money.
Good night. Well, thanks for
Night,
putting up with me.
JW.
All right,
Yeah.
see you.
Spanky, you didn't get to hear David Tarpey talk at all? Dr. Tarpey?
If he was there, I didn't listen.
Okay.
I mean,
He's
I
one I
was
definitely would have stepped into
Yeah.
whatever he was talking about. He knows a ton about Queens.
what was his name?
Dr. Tarpey, he's from North Carolina State. I saw him in a couple of the pictures that were posted on Facebook, so I know he was there, so I assume he was talking.
Schedule up and see.
Yeah. He's got a whole queen lab where you can send queens there and he'll evaluate them for. So you can raise queens in your bee yard, euthanize them, send them to him, and he'll measure them. He'll measure the amount of sperm that they, how many drones that they mated with. So you can get a pretty good queen evaluation. Yeah.
He was there,
Okay.
and he was doing the updates from the NC State apiculture program.
Okay. All right.
Which does not sound very interesting.
I'm with you there. Yeah, I would have skipped that. But if he's talking about queens, I would have been in the front row for that because he knows his stuff there.
Well, he probably did, but they didn't label it like that.
Yeah.
It's like somebody, Randy asked somebody, what do they got me down for talking as? They told him, and he said, well, my slides don't reflect that at all.
That's so sorry.
You might end up just like him. He was talking, and he didn't even get through all his slides.
Yeah.
He had so many slides. They cut him off. He said, I'll have to finish this another time.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty good at pacing, so I can kind of look at a clock and see when I need to speed up or slow down. I've learned how to do that. That was one of the hardest things as a teacher. I'd plan a 15-minute lesson, and it would take 5 minutes. And I'd be like, now what do we do? Or it'd take 25 minutes, and I would have to cut it off because I didn't have time for it. But those are things you learn as a teacher, how to fill in time, how to extend something, or how to find certain stopping points. So if you did have to stop, it does feel like a natural stop.
So, Brian, they're at our bee club meeting on Tuesday coming up.
Yeah.
They're letting Tom speak about this month in beekeeping.
Cool.
I told him no slides.
Just talking.
Just talking.
Nice.
You don't need any. It's like, but I'm no. You don't have time for slides.
So now that he's out of the room, how did he do? How did he do on his presentation?
He can hear me.
Oh.
So he did really good. The only thing was, okay, before lunch, there were 3 speakers. There was a guy talking about queen rearing, then me, and then Tom, right? And then lunch was right after Tom. The first guy's name was James. James ran over by like 20 some odd minutes. Might have been close to a half hour. And I was already planning on shortening my time because I knew Tom was going to run over.
Oh.
So this guy ran over by like almost a half hour.
Yeah.
But I was getting flustered because I had already planned to shorten my talk, and now I needed to shorten it even more because this guy ran over. So I think I only talked for like maybe a half hour. Like I really condensed my thing. So Tom talked his whole hour, and before he even started, he's like, hey, I know lunch is going to come, this time. I'm probably going to go over. Feel free to just get up and get food and come sit back down.
So he commandeered the lunch hour.
Yes, like at least half of it. So he spoke his whole hour and then like a half hour into lunch.
Yeah.
Oh, he's yelling at me. I only spoke an hour and 15. I'm like, no. But he got all of his slides in.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm like, yeah, you only have like 15 minutes to talk on Tuesday, so let's not put any slides in. Let's just talk. Which is
Well, that
so
was like
weird with him.
that guy from what was it, Brian up in New Hampshire from the Michigan thing. He was a commercial beekeeper.
Troy Hall.
I think it might have been. He had to. They told him you got 15 more minutes, and he was just slamming through the photographs and stuff
Yeah.
and all that stuff. He had a lot of information, but it was a little bit.
You talked
too
about the
much.
treatment-free guy.
Well, he started out treatment free, and
Yeah.
now he's got 300 hives. He's
Yeah,
does
Troy
nukes
Hall. Yeah.
Yep.
and splits and all, and he's got a
No.
cow and extractor and all, and
Mm-hmm.
you're total commercial, buddy. You might have started out that way, but then he found out he had to put some Aprovar or Formic Pro on certain hives and stuff like that.
So Vermont's one of those areas where they have a lot of people looking at queen breeding, looking at genetics, that kind of stuff. Virginia has a queen breeding program. Kentucky with Dorothy Parker has a little bit of a hub. The Purdue area with who's the professor there? I forget the guy's name, but sometimes it's connected through like a university, and sometimes like with Vermont, it's connected through like a state association. The Virginia one is a pretty big one too. But there's all these little groups out there that are kind of doing this that I didn't know about until I started researching it.
Well, Corey or Ashby Miller
he's trying to build one up as well. Yeah. And then the other one that I know about, and probably all you guys do too, is what James Lee's trying to do with the Northern Queen Initiative. And I definitely want to, yeah.
Like the St. Louis Beekeepers Association, not our club, another one that's in St. Louis.
Okay.
They have a sustainable queen yard that they get a grant for, and they have to provide all this paperwork and research and stuff like that. So they have a queen yard that they're working on too there.
Are they working with the university, or are they working in collaboration?
They're doing it their own.
Okay.
So the person that is kind of in charge of it, or it's her yard, her club or whatever, is Jane Sumi, who owns Isabee's, the local beekeeping shop in town.
Yep.
So I think just her club is maintaining it and doing it themselves, because she's the one that has to write the grant paperwork to get the grant for the, and turn all the research in and, whatever they're doing. I volunteered at it a few times. I'm not really super involved with it though.
Is it a SARE grant?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I'll have to ask her about it.
There's looking at SARE. I don't know if you're familiar with the SARE program as well. SARE is Sustainable Agriculture. I don't know what the other two letters stand for, but you can basically apply for grants that are farming based, agricultural based, under several different categories. And there's different SAREs. I fall under the W SARE, the Western SARE. And there are a number of grants that have gone on. I would say there have been at least 10 grants that have been awarded to people that are trying to organize some sort of bee breeding program. So that's something, if I ever get my act together enough to be able to sit down and write a SARE grant, to be able to kind of add on to what I'm trying to do with the Colorado program. I'd love to get there. I just don't know if I have the energy to do it. Like Melanie Kirby down at Zia Queen Bees in New Mexico has done 2 different grants that she's gotten through SARE all around queen breeding. James Lee up in the Northern Bee Initiative, they got a grant to be able to do that. Some queen breeder out west, do I forget his name, had a grant for it. A beekeeper in Fort Collins, which is like 80 miles north of me. And I knew this, I heard about this when I was like a 3rd-year beekeeper, was doing a grant on pulling in genetics and trying to breed off of those genetics and testing their daughters. And there's a couple others that I can't remember, but it just looks like the kind of thing that if you put the energy into writing the grant correctly, which if I had the time, I'd be able to do. Like I wouldn't be able to sit down and bang it out like people who are trained to do that, but I could muck through it and hand in a fairly good grant. I just need the time to do it. I'd be excited about that. Yeah, what's up, Charlie?
I was just looking at DC's comment there. I
Yeah,
don't think they've been around for 100 years. Yeah, maybe the terminology has changed or something.
I think very few ideas are new though. So I'm sure somewhere you find somewhere in a book 150 years old, you can hear a description of a condensing hive somewhere, even if it's
Yeah,
not
well, that
called a
was like
condensing
Hirschbeck
hive.
talked about the quilt box. He said originally they put quilts in there. They were trying to, they did not have insulation, so
Yeah.
the only thing they understood was a quilt. So
Yeah.
they put quilts in a box to give it that insulation. So basically, I would call that the same sort of principle as a condensing hive.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's been in all the years I've been at it. It's always upper ventilation and quilt boxes and shavings and pillows and everything to absorb the moisture and all this other stuff. And now it's like, okay, no upper ventilation, put the insulation to it, let the walls, condense the moisture below the cluster and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So it's I guess is that like they say in a lot of different things, it all comes in cycles. For a while it's this, and then oh no, let's go back to this or go to something new, which is new. It was old, now it's become new again.
Did you know that people were researching hygienic behavior back in the 1930s, Charlie? As a response to American foul brood, some beekeepers were noticing that there was some resistance to colonies, and they were noticing they didn't call it hygienic behavior back then. They didn't know exactly what was going on, but they were describing something very similar. So the origins of VSH and hygienic behavior come from the American foul brood outbreak that happened way back when in the early 20th century. And then it was defined, I think, by Rothenbuehler in the 1950s or something like that, and then kind of slowly gained more and more traction. So there are people out there that were like, no, there's American foul brood resistance out there, but other people were not wanting to push it out into the community so much because it was a pretty risky thing to put out there for people to be experimenting with. But that's where that's where hygienic behavior was starting to be discussed when it was related to American foul brood.
Yeah.
They should have made a YouTube video about it.
No thanks. Because it's like I feel like I sort of kind of know what I'm talking about, Melissa, but I know I don't know it all. You know
enough to get yourself in trouble, right?
Exactly. That's it. Yeah.
So there's Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I'm sure there's someone out there listening to our conversation cringing over something I said in there.
Yeah.
And that's fair because I'm still learning.
So there's
it's like to come out with this here vaccinated queen thing with American foul brood, and I'm like, why do we need this? We don't have an American foul brood product.
That was my curiosity too, and it's like the queens. I think on the bee supply, they're like $100.
Wow.
Or something like that.
Well, what I'm getting at, there's a guy that's locally is pushing that. He's working for that company, and I kind of look at it this way: the doctors don't want to give us antibiotics anymore because we're running out of them, or whatever you want to call it. It's getting medication won't do the job anymore as far as killing disease. The resistance. And I'm like, okay, now you're going to put out a bee that's inoculated, and now you're going to create a resistance by American foul brood or something, or at least that's my general thought of it. And I think we might have in Maryland maybe one case every 5 years or something like that, if that.
Yeah, that's kind of what we usually hear about. One case in Colorado every 1 or 2 years, but it's the same thing. It's just like, for me, it's solving a problem that doesn't exist. I'm
Right.
not going to spend an extra $60 of insurance just to solve something that's never happened to me.
Right.
Right. And the thing of it is, I think you're going to create a much worse problem.
Yeah, maybe. And
You know.
So,
go ahead, Spanky.
so I don't know much about that company behind that. The vaccinated queens.
Yeah.
Could it be that that's a stepping stone? Like that's the first stone to step onto something else later on down the road?
And that's what I thought too. Like maybe this would be more interesting if it was a European foul brood with more people deal with than American foul brood. But again, from the economic standpoint, I'm not sure it would be worth an extra $60 for every single queen to not have European foul brood in my colonies either, because the amount of times it happened to me hasn't been that significant. But for me,
I had a European foul brood one time, and that was 9 years ago.
Yeah. But that's kind of the hope that I had too. Maybe this technology can lead to something. The similar technology can be applied to something else that can be helpful. I'm just not sure exactly what that is.
I could see them possibly moving to viruses if it's a success, like the Deformed virus.
Yeah, that's a big one, for sure. Yeah.
But you go, well, who needs this? Well, that sounds like the perfect safe thing to work on, where people aren't going to be up in arms immediately. You're going to make it worse.
Yeah, it's also the kind of thing that you would have to go back and buy over and over again. It's not like you can buy that queen and then breed off of that queen to further that down the line, right?
Well, that's the perfect product, isn't it?
For the producer, it is.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. You'd have to drone saturate. Well, I don't even know if drone saturation would work because, well, if she's vaccinated, would her offspring also? You know what I mean? I don't know.
You got to take into account the viruses mutate.
It's not a genetic trait, so I don't know how much it would affect her offspring.
And that's how the guy that was talking about it, the queen, it's the fact that it's her offspring is what is inoculated.
Okay.
It's not really so much her. She won't have it's her offspring.
But
so her offspring, the nurse bees, the drones, or her
all of it, or just
all of it.
Yeah. Okay.
They're the ones that will have a inoculation against the American foul brood. But like I say, American foul brood isn't running rampant anymore or anything else. I mean, that's part of why we want to keep our bees registered, where if we do have a problem here, they know to go within a 5-mile radius to check all these other hives.
Yeah.
And then you got the stupid people that that I'm not registering my hives, and that kind of
Missouri
thing.
has 0 registration. We don't have to do anything. It's a free for all here with our bees.
Do you have a state apiarist?
One.
Okay, that's one more than Colorado.
One. He covers the whole state.
Yeah. He's also the herbicide pesticide.
Yeah, he's also the herbicide pesticide regulator too.
Wow.
You see what DC wrote about wondering how the vax works with your non-vax?
No.
He was wondering if because like you said, they pass it on to the offspring. Does a drone give that to another queen?
I don't know.
I don't know anything about the science. I know up in Canada they had a presentation, so I don't know if Bob heard it. I know Brad was excited about it. That's all I know. So maybe we can ask him about it one night. I don't know enough about it. I was kind of a lot like you guys. I was like, that's nice. Still gonna raise my own queens.
I mean, I sat there and listened to him, but I just kind of turned off. Didn't really listen to him.
Yeah.
And he used to be in the Baltimore County Club next to us, and he's master beekeeper now and all that stuff. And I don't know. It was like when he first started out, he was the head of the nuke yard for that club, and he was going to do great wonders. And he worked over at Elavaris or whatever it was in Hawaii, and then my friend asked him, well, did they use a cloak board or did they do this, do that? He didn't have a clue of what, he just worked there as more or less a helper, and he had no idea. He never learned any of the particulars on what they were doing, why they were doing it, as far as rearing queens. So he wasn't as well educated as he portrayed himself, I think. And so then he kind of dropped out and went somewhere else, and he got his
DC's comment. Inside the Hive did a thing on it, but you can get yelled at there for asking questions. I have not shared that experience, but that's funny.
Yeah, I know I think I know what he's saying.
Yeah, I think different comment bars have different friendliness levels, and I think DC, you've experienced the top notch of friendliness levels in the comment section. Like I've tried doing this with some of our state meetings when I was in the journeyman program, right? Like as we're listening to the presenter commenting to people in the chat, and they're not taking the bait at all. They don't get that that's another way to interact and further the conversation beyond just listening to what's happening in the big rectangle in the middle of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like I say, I think it's just like we all think it's kind of a waste.
But I would say keep our minds open. We all know very little about it, right? And as we hear more, that might change our minds.
Well, I look at it this way: maybe not for American foul brood, but the science technology behind it. They know how to do it, so it can be the technology can be given and another for something else, maybe within the bees or something of that nature.
Yeah.
Down the road where it's really needed or something like that.
I'm waiting for those Roundup Ready bees. I joke, but I watched the stream. I can't find it from years ago. I think it got unlisted, where they were serious about modifying the gut bacteria to be resistant to pesticides.
When you say they, do you know who you're referring to?
I'm pretty certain it was I'm pretty certain it goes by the
Monsanto.
Emporium.
Oh, okay.
On YouTube, I don't know if that was because I can't find the stream. I think it got unlisted.
Gotcha.
But he was going through like modifying the different. This is somebody who knows how to do genetic modification, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we can change the gut biome, and it'll make them a lot more resistant."
Now, another thing that's happening now that is pretty interesting is the genomic mapping of the bee's DNA, which they're trying to kind of correlate each DNA strand to different behaviors. So instead of doing some sort of test like a UBO or Harbo, there can be some sort of test to kind of test the DNA to see if it contains that trait that holds those behaviors. And I think they're still working on it. There's a lot of things I don't understand about even how it can be applied, but that's another place that people are really excited about with the idea of genetic selection for mite resistance as a way to go about doing it.
And that kind of relates back to what you said, like going and having your queens tested.
Yeah. At the
Tarpey
lab. Yeah.
I know NC State University has that honeybee queen and disease clinic.
Yep.
And you can send off, I mean, it tells all about it. You can do the analysis, metamorphic analysis, sperm quality, genotyping, quality reports.
Yeah. And that's another field I know very little about, but it seems like it's another place where we could be really furthering our genetic pool.
Genome testing.
Now, that's like DC commented here about, ran into similar treatment free channels and stuff like that. And that was quite prevalent not too many years back, as far as the two different camps, treatment and treatment free. It's kind of, I'll say, mellowed or meshed a little bit different. But I think a lot of that commenting of that in that sense, it's more of a defensive comment of, of your if you ask them, well, how do you do this if you're a treatment free person, or uh, vice versa, and there's always that defensive action or mode that you get into, that kind of a thing.
DC, another one is the Flow Hive. Tried making comments on some of their lives. No one talks to you. No one talks to you at all. But once in a while, I see Gunline in there, so I'm like, hey, Tim and Hannah.
What's that? Talking to the Flow High people?
No, just in the comments section while they're doing a live, just talking to anyone who's watching along with them, just ghosts.
We had a guy at the show. His way of thinking was apparently the way you're supposed to be thinking, and the fact that one of those long hives had a section for flow frames was not correct.
Well, I get lay person outside of the bee community where they can turn that spigot on and all that kind of stuff, and I explained to them, I said, they were talking about when they first come out talking about you're not going to get in there and be evasive to the bees and stuff like that. And I tell them, I said, that's a bunch of bull. I said, you have to be in there. You have to treat. You have to see what the bees are doing in order to manage them. And I said, a flow hive is just an over-expensive set of honey supers. And I says, you got to remember, it was developed in Australia where it's hot. And I get a lot of my information from the guy up in the Vino farm, because they kept asking him, when are you going to use it? When are you going to use it? And it's like, sorry. And he explained it in one of his videos in the wintertime. He says, this is my season, and these are the windows of opportunity for honey flow. And he says, it's too cold up here for that stuff to flow out and all. And whereas in Australia, they have a very long season. I don't even know whether they even have winter down there or not. It works better. It was made for those people down, or by the people in that country. So, it's like if you want to, and then there's a guy up in Westchester, Pennsylvania, in that club, they have flow hives. They seem to be successful with it for the most part and everything. It's just whether or not you're going to spend the amount of money for them. I find overkill money-wise.
You would rather put your money into a different thing, like an extractor.
Well, see, that's part of their sales pitch about the flow high, is you don't have to buy a extractor and stuff.
I think the flow hive is great for a backyard beekeeper that's going to have 2 or 3 hives. Then they can go get honey out of it when they want. They don't have to have an extractor thing. But if you're going to have more than a half dozen hives, it's not practical. It's not practical because they're expensive, number one. And it's not practical because you're going to have to haul 500 gajillion mason jars out to your bee yard and empty all those. And I really believe the bees aren't going to be getting in your mason jars because,
Yeah, because I think somebody made that comment one time to that bunch. It says, just
getting all your stuff.
Yeah, I said, it made that comment, about your. I said, well, we see your video. Just how did you accomplish a gazillion bee swarm didn't land in there because they can smell that honey coming?
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's working really well for a backyard beekeeper that only has a couple hives. Yeah, I think they're fine. But if you're going to have more than that, good luck getting bee-less honey out of your.
My thing is the management of the hive, treatments and management. And
it's still a hive. It's still a hive.
It's still a beehive, and I don't believe you leave that honey soup or that thing on there in the
Nope.
wintertime.
No.
You take it off, don't you?
It's a honey super that goes on and off just like any other honey super. I run a flow hive colony. It's one of the colonies that I manage for one of my customers. I've been running it for 2 years. Last year, they stopped at the queen excluder, backfilled the top box. This year, they packed up the flow hive. The customers emptied it out, and then they filled it back halfway up again. So the customers got a nice little honey crop. Best part about it for me was I didn't have to deal with the honey extracting for them. They got to do that all on their own, and it was fun for them, and I didn't have to provide that service for them. Here's the thing about the flow hive. They had a really savvy marketing campaign which marketed it to any beekeeper, which provided a lot of misconceptions about beekeeping. And then they did a great job of course correcting. They've done a tremendous job of educating their community who does use flow hives about what it's like to manage their colonies, what it's really like to manage a flow hive. So I feel like they put their idea out there and they got way more response than they ever thought, right? Because of the way they marketed it, right? These lovely ads with the person turning the knob and
So
the beautiful
pretty, yeah.
golden honey flowing out, which made people think it was that easy, which was not great for the beekeeping community. But they recognized that, and they have put a ton of energy into educating their flow hive customers on how to manage their hives and everything. And that's what you've got to tell those people. It's a colony just like any other. There are 2 brood chambers that you've got to manage just like any other. All a flow hive is that fancy super that they put the honey into that allows you to take it out without needing all of that extra equipment. That's what they didn't do in the beginning. And if they did it that way, they wouldn't have sold as many. I wouldn't say all of them, but as many of them.
Well, I think those advertisements and the way they did it made it very attractive to new beekeepers. Like, oh, it's so simple to have bees and get honey.
Yep.
And those people maybe didn't educate themselves or didn't really research. They just dove right in and,
But let's face it, there's lots of people that buy Langstroth hives without a flow super that walk into the hobby just as uneducated.
Let me tell you, that's one of my biggest pet peeves because I'm like, everybody who's in this hobby, it's not a cheap hobby at all whatsoever. And I'm like, people that we talk to are like, educate yourself before you get bees. Like, this isn't something to just dive headfirst right into. Like, it's an investment to get involved in bees. Like, your initial investment is going to be at least $1,000, if you're getting all new equipment by the time you order bees, your suit and your hive tool, your smoker, all that, your stand set up, you're in it minimum $1,000.
Yeah, because the first night in the bee class, Sybil goes over all that. The teacher does. And she said, you're going to spend $800 to $1,000. She got a text that night. I seen her the next day at the state meeting. Yeah, I already got a father-daughter team already. Says, we're done. We're done. No money. And, but, you say about beekeeping like that. Well, isn't every hobby that way? You're going to spend $50,000 if you're going to get into the boating hobby. You're going to spend $40,000 to get.
You can take up crocheting and spend $20,000. I mean,
you're gonna if you're into camping, you got $40,000, maybe even more if you get a truckie. If you don't have a truck, and everything, when it comes to hobby means one thing: you're spending money.
Oh yeah.
And all that. But now, like Darren said there about after 8 or 10 hives, it's not. You're more of a you're beyond the backyard beekeeper, I think. It just
You could take up bird watching. That doesn't cost much.
Yeah.
Well, now that depends. Are you traveling? Are you buying equipment?
I was trying to keep it simple, Spanky.
I mean, I can't
cost money if you want to put it into it.
That's right.
I can't tell you how many times that we've bought used equipment from people that were beekeepers for 2 years because it was just too expensive or too much of a time involvement that they didn't realize they were going to have to be, it's going to take up so much of their time because they just dove right in without researching anything. And a lot of it probably had to do with COVID. They're bored. Let's be a beekeeper. So
well, I was glad I had bees through COVID because I couldn't, I could sit and watch TV all you want, but especially on the holiday, we didn't stop, manufacturing or anything because we were exempt. But I'm glad I could go out there and mark queens on a Sunday, for 3 or 4 hours and just mess with the hives. Had something to do.
So Shane here says, make things yourself, reclaim wood, da 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 da. That's great if you're experienced because you know what you're doing, right? I don't ever recommend somebody brand new making their own equipment because you won't get the bee space right.
Well, think about it now. That means you got to have a saw and this and that and all the tools in order to make it. So is it really cheaper? Mm-hmm. I have all that stuff. And guess what I did last week? I went up and spent $400, got 2 hive setups. And
and he said way cheaper than hockey. I think we're about the same level. We had 2 teenage boys that played hockey.
Yeah, that's expensive.
And I know how much we spent on that, and I know how much that he spent with John Hill.
The difference with beekeeping and other hobbies, though, is you can be a bad golfer your entire life and still engage in that hobby your entire life. I think the nature of beekeeping pushes the bad hobbyists out because of failure. You could be a bad fisherman and it doesn't matter. You could be a bad at a lot of hobbies or not have to get better, to be able to experience success. Like you have lives that you're responsible for, and most beekeepers care about bees and they feel bad when their bees die, especially the earliest ones, right? So
but I think it's also competition.
What do you mean?
Well, you have a bee club,
mm-hmm.
and then you have the successful beekeepers, and then you have the ones that are not successful, and then the ones that are just starting out. And they're all, like you say, they want to keep their bees alive, but they look upon these other folks that are producing bees and honey and are successful and have mastered the craft. And they, some people will float up and master the craft, and others just won't get it. They just don't get it. It's just kind of the way it is. And I think that's the difference. Like you say, golfing, it's like, no, I'll never be Arnold Palmer or, whatever.
But I'm going to go out every weekend with my buddies and have a couple of beers on the golf course. Right. Do that all the time.
It will cost you $100 and some to tee off.
Yeah.
And okay. I had fun. And all your buddies are kind of like, your scores might change a little bit, but other than that,
Yeah.
Charlie, didn't you have a guy or knew a guy who bought colonies every year?
What, as far as, they just died and whatever?
Yeah, every year. So, somebody was telling that story.
I've heard of different ones like that, where they just, either they were treatment free and they just bought new bee. I always tell them, well, I sell nukes. I says, they're my best customers, the ones that are treatment free. They don't treat or whatever. Of course, that can change here, but
that's what some people do, though. They buy bees every year. They don't quit.
Well, some of them have. What was it? Somebody was talking about that the amount of expense, let's say, all right, I spent like $600 at Nobby for treatment. And if you're at balance the amount of money you spend for treating, and then you might wind up buying bees anyway. So why not just let the damn bees die and buy a new package every spring? And it's financially cost effective.
Still get some honey out of that crop because you've got the comb built up. That package will bust up.
Maybe it'll
Yeah.
get some honey.
Yeah.
Or you can always feed it sugar and you'll definitely get some honey.
Yeah.
You know.
But I've seen people with that philosophy too. I'm just going to put them in the box, and if they die, it's okay. It's just another package next year.
Well, so like Mr. Ed, he's treatment free. He barely does anything with his bees. He basically just takes honey off them after he puts them in a box. I mean, he admittedly will tell you he's a bad beekeeper.
But
here's the thing: he lives in southern Louisiana, and he collects he does cutouts, obviously. So he's replenishing his stock through cutouts. He collects swarms. He's replenishing his stock through swarms. Like I said, he doesn't treat, so he's always got a source to replenish, free of charge.
Yeah,
to replenish his colonies.
He's got a sustainable management system.
Yes, and I think he does splits too in the spring.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't remember. So he's never purchasing bees. He's just replenishing his stock through his removals that he does and through swarms that he catches. So I mean, it all and that's regional specific too.
And you could critique
he's
him.
down there where they have open air hives in trees.
Right.
He's down around the down there where y'all went, down there around that lake.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Metairie and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You could critique Mr. Ed for his treatment-free choices and say that he's killing bees irresponsibly, but you could also look at it like, look how many bees he's saving by cutting all these colonies out of structures. So for me, I feel like he's doing the bee community right. I don't know what the right way to manage bees are down there, but watching his videos, I trust his skill set to know that he's making wise decisions.
Yeah.
DC, you're on a roll tonight, man. You're cracking me up. Like you said, you don't want me to teach you how to build boxes for sure. Go watch Brad's videos for that. That's the truth. But I will say, Melissa, I built my boxes my very first year, and they were terrible boxes. They're terrible. But what it did was it taught me about how boxes, like what was important in the dimensions of all the boxes because of all my screw ups. Now they're stands that I put the boxes that I buy on top of, so boxes aren't sitting.
Well, I guess like when I said that though, my focus was more on how we were talking about people don't do the homework before they get their bees. Yeah. So it'd be somebody not really researching how you're supposed to build a bee box, what bee space is, what things are supposed to look at. They're just like, oh, we're just gonna do this ourselves.
Yep.
And it is what it is, right?
And then if you look at like James McNally made that video on how he made the little toolbox queen incubator thing, and his whole argument is you could make that for pennies on the dollar versus what they're charging you. But the thing is, Melissa, I couldn't because I didn't have any of the tools that he has or the skill set that he has to do that.
I don't have the brain capacity to hold all that information. Tom watched the whole thing. He's like, yeah, I shouldn't have bought that. I could have saved $100.
And for me, I'm gonna have someone else do that for me because it would have taken me 3 months to be able to figure out the skill set or how much money to buy the tools to be able to do that correctly. I don't have those tools.
Well, I mean, electronics, I don't have any, idea on how to do that kind of stuff.
I don't either.
I mean, like now my brother, he's one of them. He's in that generation where they did mechanics. He's more of a gearhead. Everything was about cars in his day. Mm-hmm. And he can sit here and wire a house, and he knows how to build, set up a foundation with a tripod and shoot the lines and put the grade and square the foundation all up. I'm sure I could have learned all that, but I just have no interest in that per se. It's just like boxes. I buy the boxes. I buy them already assembled. I tried that one time where bringing them home and spend hours of your time assembling the damn things. And then you put the handle on the inside of the box after you staple it. And it's like, 8
I've
in a
only
day.
done that once.
So
I
we
did that one time. I said, all right, you can assemble for me.
So
And
we buy all the boxes unassembled, and then we set up an assembly line in a garage where two boys will be assembling boxes, putting glue on them, whatever, and then somebody else will be stapling, and so we have a whole. You need some teenagers, Charlie.
well, my kids are grown.
Well, go out and find yourself a young wife. Make many Charlies.
Yeah. Now I guess what it amounts to is like, see, what was it? We were talking about it. A customer was in here. What was it? Oh, he does whatever he does for work, but woodworking was his hobby. And he was making some stuff, and when his wife says, "Oh, you could make," I'll say these charcuterie boards, that's the hot thing, making them, and one guy said, I got 50 of them made, so far, because they've been popular to sell and whatever. And the guy says, somebody made something for his wife. I get what it was, a bench or something, and she sold it for an ungodly amount of price. And he got into, making these benches and whatever, some type of furniture. And he, he's like me, he hates it. He says, I'm in it to where I make my living at it, and I can't get out of it because I need the money. And you said, it's like me. People say about like woodworking. I said, look, I would work 5.5 days a week. I don't want to hear no noisy saws. I don't want to see no noisy saws. Like some people, it's like us saying, well, to the commercial beekeeper, don't you watch bee videos? No. He don't, they don't want to watch that. It's surprising people like Ian does what he does, usually, it's a job, and when 4:30 comes or whenever they quit, they don't want to even think about bees. For us, it's a hobby. It's something exciting. So, it's like Brian there, he's building up, and he's made he's got a business running and all that. And it's like, okay, where do you get to the point, Brian, where it's like, okay, I've had enough of this.
Enough of what? Which part of it?
Working the shows on the weekends.
That's the part I'll get tired of first.
And then working bees and getting too many, getting up to, let's say, 100 hives, and working. I mean, that alone is a job, and it's a huge job in itself.
Yeah.
And then your wife is doing candles and all the other little things that go along with it. And then you do the cream honey. And
well, to be honest, Charlie, I'm doing most of the candles and the balms and the lotion bars because she's kind of neck deep in her job. So what we'd like to do is get to the point where she can, like, she's actually looking for a job now that's kind of like a part hybrid job where she can work from home and do a little bit more with the business. She's kind of tired of her job and wants to kind of lean on our business a little bit more. So we're trying to find ways that we can accelerate our income so she can be a part of it too. So I'm not sure what direction that's going to take.
What do you do for work?
She works for the Jeffco school district. She's the secretary for the Board of Education. So it's actually a pretty good job. She's essentially an executive secretary for the school district.
Well, of course, now you do have benefits. Even though you're retired, you still get medical, and you got a pension check.
They're all coming from her. And I don't get a pension check yet, Charlie. I'm 51. That doesn't kick in till I'm like 65, I think. So I don't get anything from them. So I've got to get all my income from this business, which is going well. That's why I quit the half-time job, because I got to the point where I could see it happening. And we're just looking for a part now. Like, how can we get so Jen can start generating revenue for the business as well? Because her job right now is pretty consuming. So her participation in the business right now often involves, she's great at sales. So when we go to the markets, I go and I set up, and she'll roll in with coffee like a half an hour after the market gets started, and then she'll sell the whole time. She does a great job of that, and then spends a lot of time throughout the week telling me all the things that I need to do. That's her other responsibility, which she performs very well. But it would be nice to give her more responsibility. She wants to do more of it. There's certain things that she does better than I do, so I constantly ask her to do that, and she just doesn't have the time or energy to do it. So I don't know. We'll see. We kind of have a short-term, long-term plan because her parents are getting older. They're in Florida right now. We know at some point we'll be moving back to the East Coast to support them. When that's going to be, we don't know. It could be tomorrow that could pull us back there, or it could be 10 years from now. So I've never kind of put this really long-term vision in our business. I have a long-term vision, but I don't know how far it's going. We've got to the point now where we can level off and just kind of do what we're doing better, right? And that's kind of where we're at right now. But it could be that we move to the East Coast next year because of the health of our parents, and it could uproot our business completely. I could find myself in a place where my business model doesn't work for the geography that I land in, right? I've driven my business model around the fantastic market scene that I can get out of a metro area and selling local honey at retail prices, right? I get top dollar for my honey because of that. So things like that. And then walking as being a new beekeeper, if I plant myself in Georgia, who's this new Yankee here coming into Georgia trying to sell us honey, right? How well's that going to go with the local beekeeper story that we tell so well out here?
You
So
could
I
always,
know.
man.
Say it again, Spanky.
You could always come here, North Carolina.
That's one of the places we're looking. We visited Asheville last year, and we love that area. I love the mountains. Jen loves the ocean. She grew up on the beach, so there's still that part that we have to negotiate. And then her parents live in Florida, which I don't want to live there. I don't want to buy real estate there. But I can see that we might end up living there for a couple of years. So I've thought about well, I don't necessarily want to live or retire in Florida, but if I have a couple of years in Florida, there's some educational opportunities that Florida beekeeping communities has to offer that I can't tap into here in Colorado. If I want to get together with some queen rearers, man, Florida is the place to go, right?
Mhm.
So I've started to think about, man, if I'm going to spend a couple of years of this part of my life in Florida, how am I going to make that work for my personal growth as a beekeeper? So yeah, I've got thoughts about the future.
Are her parents in a populated area of Florida or a non-populated area?
About halfway between Fort Myers and what's it called? What's the city north of there? Not Tampa Bay. It's Bradenton. So it's like central Gulf Coast.
Okay. Yep.
And it's Florida is very diverse, right? She lives in the white retired people, or her parents live in like the white retired beach community. So that's kind of what she sees when we go down to Florida. And she's like, this is great. And I'm like, well, not all Florida's like this, This is great. We come down here, we go to the beach, my parents pay for everything. Like, yeah.
So are they kind of on one of the ports there, kind of like
Englewood? Look up Englewood. That's the exact town they live in.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yep,
that is literally right on the coast. I mean, it's
yeah, they're 10 minutes from the beach.
Yep, I can see it now.
And they got really lucky with the hurricane last year. They had water come up to their driveway, and they live in like a retirement community. You've got to be like 55 or older to buy a house there. And there were houses in that community that were flooded out bad from that hurricane, but they lucked out.
What was that? You're talking about the same hurricane that wiped out Sanibel, Captiva?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
We used to vacation down in Captiva Island all the time at one of my customers' houses down there. Beautiful place.
Yeah, nice place to visit.
Yeah. Well, that whole area that you're talking about there is pretty populated. There's a couple of around there look like larger park type settings. What is that on there? Charlotte Harbor Preserve State Park, which is south of there.
Yep.
Some of those areas look to be like they're non-populated. South of where she's at, though.
Yeah. So we'll see. Florida's not my plan A, but Colorado wasn't my wife's plan A, so got to compromise.
Yeah.
That's going from one weather extreme to the other right there, though.
I'm actually, I've had some health issues over the years. I'm ready to leave colder weather for sure. So looking at a warmer climate, that part appeals to me for sure.
How long have you been in Denver?
We moved here in '96. My wife and I graduated college. We went to school at Rutgers. I got a psychology degree. She actually didn't finish her undergraduate degree there. But in '95, when I had graduated, we just kind of picked up, moved to Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
We knew no one here. Kind of built a life together, just kind of boyfriend and girlfriend. Didn't even know if it was going to work out.
Wow.
Got married here, raised a family. Her parents bought a condo out here, so they kind of did this triangle between New Jersey and Colorado and Florida, where during the school year they would come out and help take care of our kids when we were working. So they have been my kids' grandma and grandpa, the only pretty much grandma and grandpa they know.
Yeah.
Like my mom was alive up until this past summer, but she was the grandma who lived in New Jersey, who they saw once every couple of years, you know. So, and they're great people. Pam and Tom are awesome. As far as in-laws go, I couldn't ask for anything more. So at the point in their life when they're going to need help from us,
you go help.
That's right. That's what we're going to do. Whether it's Florida or not.
Yeah, that's why a couple of years ago, Melissa's mom has been really good to me too. And if she needs something, I go help her. And whenever I ask her to cook me something, she doesn't hesitate. She feeds me. So
nice.
It's a pretty fair trade-off,
Right.
A couple of years ago, I had to rebuild the whole backside of her house and put a large addition on her house. And so never asked for a dime, but if I ask for something like food-wise or whatever, she'll give it to me before she gives it to Melissa. So.
All right, guys, conversation tapped out for the night. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm about ready to go.
Yeah, it's getting late here. It's 20 minutes of 1 for me.
Spanky, great to talk to you. I don't get to talk to you much, so it's nice to have other beekeeping minds to kind of converse with.
Yeah.
Yep. Glad you stopped in, Spanky.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good night, everybody. I'm going to head to bed.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and shut the stream down, guys, and we'll see you next Friday or Tuesday or wherever.
Yeah.
Somebody's stream.
See you guys.
See ya.
Yeah. Good night.